What's happening? The Great! The Great! New Crusade is upon us! Greetings. I am Weapon Master. I am the Redhead, and today we'll be doing the Warhammer Challenge. Basically, the season 1 of If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device. Which this is more of a sad thing, cause with the Games Workshop, they specifically said that everything going on with the text speech is not good. So yeah, it is not good. So if you like this video, please make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Follow me on social media, and follow the social media on the Emperor mostly, or you'll be a filthy, dirty, stinking heretic. And hold on. Yeah, I'm already getting my I'm getting my Mechanicus ready. Well, my minis ready. So next time, I'll show you some stuff, and I'll show you my Tyranids when I get them. Keep on going. Let's stop them. Yeah, come on, guys. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. 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 That's not enough. Yeah, don't worry. I'll do the challenge once I get everything done. Alright, well, from my Tell minis, I just did almost all of the paint done, except for the skins. Just like what they did with the orcs. I will do the tail paints so that people won't be like, hey, you must do that, otherwise, hey, you must put a black skin in there, otherwise you're not taking the word of George Floyd. Yeah, I mean, I'm not judging him. Last time there was this modder who was being, I believe, a white supremacist or something. I don't know, but he just was saying that to the gamers, and hopefully he would be banned. FOREVER forever and never until he learned his lesson. Hopefully. If not, then forever and never. Okay, now, I got my minis ready, and hopefully if you have enough army, which is as big as the ones that I have, then neat. If not, then I'll make some limitations, but... Alright, let's begin this. Anyways, be sure to like and subscribe to this, and follow me on social media, and I'll see you guys, and let's do this.
It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor of Mankind has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the vast imperium of man, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day, so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets cross the demon-infested miasma of the war, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest among his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat to humanity from aliens, heretics, mutants, and far, far worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, where so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim, dark future there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods.
And he's pretty still alive.
I have so many things to complain about. First of all, from you I only have a fucking less out one of my eyes. Is that really necessary? And what is with these alpha smirks that I keep hearing about?
Wait, are you referring to the Ultramarines? Oh my lord.
Sam? Okay, knock him out.
Well, it certainly fucking explains it. It seems like their baby blue heraldry have earned them a most righteous nickname. For that matter, I always thought they looked terrible. Do they still have bad fucking toilet seat as their insignia?
Well, yes, they do. They keep it on
Very good. Now there should be a uniform
Oh, well,
for you in the
alright
back.
then. I always thought he was the greatest of my 20 Primarch sons.
Well, that's excellent, my
The
lord.
greatest little derivative pile of blueberry pudding pop fuckery that has ever glazed the surface of this shitty
Good.
little
The
galaxy.
vehicle we're after's on
Is he still alive?
Barely. He was almost killed. He's currently in status back in the Ultramarines of a load of crowd.
Cut his life supports and tell that stupid fucking Smurf village to fuck right off. Their constant uninterrupted chatting is drilling into my skull as if they were the immensely sanctimonious love child of Tinnitus and the jackhammer. The pain of a million ripped out nose hairs are but a tender massage compared to this inexpressible ultra torture.
Well, I'll see what I can do. But at least we still have our mighty Grey Knights.
I never created anything called Grey Knights.
But Lord, they are the greatest of purging demons in the Imperium. They're all psychics, and they come up with the most glorious ways of killing the enemies of man.
Why, at the few you.
You impressed? Good. Okay, act natural.
Greetings, my glorious Emperor. It is an honor.
Oh my god, what the fucking fuck is that stupid ass thing?
It is the mighty Dread Knights.
That is the worst thing that I have ever fucking seen ever. If I still had eyes, I would require someone to deposit promethium-infused floor cleaner into them. What terrible, terrible person designed this?
The arcane technology of this
Nicely
marvelous
done.
machine was
Bring it back to
discovered by the
base.
Grey Knights and is held secretly from all inferior Astartes chapters. We are the exterior design, I believe, to be personally designed by the Grand Master of the Grey Knights himself, Calvin Draco. He is the mightiest of the Grey Knights. He is currently stuck in the war, killing demons daily, pillaging demonic villages, and vandalizing the Chaos God's property like some kind of glorious rascal. He has even written a name on the demon Primarch's heart.
For the love of all stop signs in the galaxy, seas, and fucking desist.
Ultreon.
What in the fuck? That is actually very cute. Look at its little legs and oversized body. Adorable. Come to Papa.
What? Wait, no, don't!
Yes. This is funny to me.
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel this is the start of something absolutely glorious.
Shut your face, you fucking banana.
Yes, my lord.
We are the gods of the new world order. We are the soldiers of the Legion of Light. We are the center to death of the sun. Fire and flame. We are one.
Your home is your comfort zone, and you can depend on Black Hills Energy to keep it that way. Rely on our expert technicians to care for the appliances you depend on most. Go.
So, let me get this straight. It has been 10,000 years since my angsty asshole of a son Boros made me a paraplegic and put on this throne.
That is correct, my lord.
How the fuck did you all survive for 10,000 years without me around?
Well, my lord, the Imperium has safely preserved your teachings and followed it for all these years, always submitting to your superior will.
That's a relief. For a second I thought you guys would have turned into some giant megalomaniacal group of religious people running around killing each other in the name of some fictional deity, or something like that.
Oh no, of course not, my lord. We would never stoop so low. The only one we would ever worship is the one true god of all is you, of course. Everything else is heresy.
Are you fucking serious?
What is upsetting you, almighty god Emperor of mankind?
I knew this would fucking happen.
Oh, my lord, you don't have to worry about anything. The Ecclesiarchy and the Imperial Inquisition both make sure that the people of the Imperium retain their faith in you and you alone by making sure that no one knows about the corrupting powers of chaos. And if they somehow figure it out, they'll just exterminate us the planet and it's all safe again.
The Ecclesiarchy? The Inquisition? Are you serious? Damn IT really well Remember the Age of Strife?
Aren't you referring to the Age of Apostasy, sir?
No. The Age of Strife. Let me tell you. It was when asshole cybers first started appearing, and all of asshole mankind started fighting each other over asshole reasons. That is when I first emerged. I destroyed all asshole religions that existed on Terra. You want to know why?
Because you are the one true god, my lord.
Wrong. It is because religion is stupid, superstitious, brainwashing crap that makes you into an asshole. This is why I specifically said when designing the Imperial Truth that equality, science, and galaxy conquests is the way to go, and religion needs to be thrown out a window.
But my lord, what about Lectito Divinitatus? telling us that you are our one true god.
That was written by my whiny bitch of a son Lurgar, who later decided to dress up in spikes and scarlet red armor, worship some dark gods, and be really fucking edgy. Stupid, rebellious teenage phases.
Ah, well, I see, my lord.
Now, where is my Centauri? Yes, this is true happiness. So what is this age of apostasy that you mentioned?
Well...
Really?
Yes, my lord.
This happened.
On behalf of all mankind, I'm really sorry, my lord. I truly am really sorry.
To let one of those nutty cults gain a hold of mankind and grow to become a state religion of the Imperium, becoming this fucking ecclesiarchy thing. And then people start to cut their own fucking spleen out, waving it around and throwing it at people, all in a pool of their own jizz and blood, to profess their love for me.
I'm really sorry.
And then, you let some power-hungry motherfucking bureaucrat become the master of both the administrator and that overly dominant ecclesiarchy rock shit, effectively controlling all our hot, leathery assassins from the Elysium Asylum and all asshole psychers in the Adeptus Astra Telepathica. Oh, and our flashlight guys as well. And then, this balls to the walls paramount of imperial incompetence that has become your leader starts to kill and torture anyone and everyone he feels like because it makes his bureaucrat balls tingle with delight, initiating a massive, totally pointless purge of all mankind. And in addition, you did all this with the most evil fucking name I've ever heard. Goat Van Dyer. Seriously, how could you ever trust a guy with that name? G-O-G-E Van Dyer. That name is just screaming I'm gonna take your eye sockets and put my penis into them.
Look, my lord. The events of the Age of Apostasy is all a great shame upon the Imperium, but he was brought to justice in the end. Why, I was even there when it happened. Several Astartes chapter masters and the Mechanicus Fabricator General came around and told us what Van Dyer had been up to all this time. And then we helped out by conveying the truth of the matter to the leader of Van Dyer's bodyguards, the bride to the Emperor, by directing her straight to you. Why, I remember it all like it was yesterday.
St. Catherine!
Sacred God Emperor himself, upon the golden throne of Terra. He is so beautiful. I've never seen anything as graceful and witching in all my life.
I know, right? And we get to clean his entire body several times a week.
I'm so unfathomably jealous I could burn you all right now. But I won't, so don't worry. But still.
Right. Anyway, as you can see, Van Dyer is not the one you're supposed to be looking up to. He doesn't do anything but deceive to gain more power. He is a madman, and his reign of blood must be stopped. Are you even listening?
Oh, I'm sorry, I spaced out. The Emperor has some quite divine-looking abs.
Actually, those are just bones jumping out. But anyway, I think I've served Van Dyer for a long time, but his megalomaniacal ways must come to an end.
Oh. Okay.
You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the Emperor and stepped from his light, you have profaned his name and almost destroyed everything he has striven to build. You have perverted and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to tread. As your own decrees have stated, there can be no mercy for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue, and now it is time for you to die.
Time to die. I'm too busy.
Right. I think I remember that too. Some girl came in here and stared at me with the brave, flustered eyes. If I had the proper bodily components left, I would probably have gotten a fairly insecure boner.
That's the Adeptus Auritus for you.
You haven't made female space marines, have you?
Huh? Oh, no, that isn't even possible. Only lewd and deviant artists of pen and parchment ever come up with something like that. Even then, it wouldn't catch. Just being the fragments of the virus.
Good. The Adeptus Astartes can only contain males. No girls allowed. They are yucky.
Whatever you say, my lord.
So, what's up with this Inquisition thing?
Oh boy.
The Suicide Squad in theaters and on HBO Max.
These are your brothers and sisters for the next few days.
Actually, I think I have to go now.
Stop. You're telling me about this Inquisition thing.
Oh, hold it. Wow. I think that's your regular everyday meal of a thousand sacrifice souls being prepared. Better go and check on it.
What was that?
Nothing, my lord. Nothing at all. I'll just go now. What the?
You are not going anywhere until you tell me about the Inquisition.
How did you do that?
Have you forgotten? I'm the fucking Emperor. I sit around and randomly shit out warp storms daily because I have nothing better to do. Now, tell me.
An explanation now!
Why are there so many
I think I shat out at least 5 warp storms during that presentation. Really, what the fuck have you all become? Labor camps and sterilizations? Murder millions over their superstition? Excommunication of actually loyal Astartes? Have thousands of Imperial planets and its valuable assets destroyed because some bypassed with barbed wire and accidentally summoned a demon or two. Be painfully hypocritical and use Xenos and demonic weaponry in order to carry across my will? Use techno-monkeys?
Lords, the Inquisition's works saved mankind on numerous occasions. Like during the High Fleet Leviathan crisis, where the Inquisitor known as Cryptman stepped forward. Tyrannus, which he had previously named them, had managed to outmaneuver the Imperium, but thanks to Cryptman, their threat was abolished. He had managed to have a Magos concoct a poison against Tyrannus, which they then managed to defeat them entirely with.
Am I gonna have to start writing a list over things I don't know what the fuck you are talking about because what in the balls are a tyrannid?
Right. It's kind of nasty. But still, it was quite heroic of him.
And how much did this threat cost to abolish?
Well, let's just say he didn't have a luxury to count the cost. Anyway, there was also one time during the First War of Armageddon where the Grey Knights helped the Space Wolves fight off a demon Primarch.
Now you're bringing up those fucking Grey Knights again, with that stupid-ass baby carrier Dread Knight head. My inexistent eyes are still sore from seeing that abomination.
Yes, truly the Space Wolves received great aid from the Grey Knights in their battle.
And then what?
What do you mean?
What happened after the battle had ended?
Well... The Space Wolves kind of wanted to save the survivors of the war. The Inquisition sort of wanted to put them to labor camps and to sterilize them and have them die off, which the Space Wolves didn't really like that much, so
Corn!
Well, there was a Cold War, and the Grey Knights betrayed the Space Wolves, and some shit happened, but that isn't important. Because, well, one time the Grey Knights stopped a bloodthirst using an ancient, very dangerous technology known as the Blood Tide from destroying a world, and it was truly glorious. They killed a massive amount of innocent sisters of battle and adorned their armor in their blood, but...
Fuck it. Stop. This organization, however it came to fucking be, was obviously pure, concentrated, full-brain stupidity. And whoever came up with the idea to create it in the first place is obviously a fucking idiot. They walk around and do whatever they fucking feel like while laughing really snarky at the plebeian communities they see before them, or while having themselves and all their troops ornate in loads of fucking shiny shit and skulls to look oh so emperor worshipping when really they are just creeps in trench coats. And that is all they will ever be. Now, ready yourself, send this message to the scribes. I want it sent to every corner of the fucking galaxy. I, the Emperor of Mankind, hereby make my official decree that all organizations contained in the Holy Orders of the Emperor's Inquisition and the Adeptus Ministorum shall be disbanded and removed from existence. All who work for either organization shall return to their sector of birth and work there as a regular citizen once more. All who refuse shall be branded renegades.
If you wanna
given up their
get away, you must get away in style.
Their dogmatic religion. Signed, the Emperor of Mankind.
Yes! I shall go ahead and do that immediately, my lord. I'll be back when I'm finished.
This is all fucking nuts. Seriously, how could an organization like this spring into Exista? Wait a moment, I remember something. Shit, fuck. This can't be for real. Malcador.
Lord Inquisitor Fyodor Karnas.
What is it? Do not waste my time. I'm very busy initiating exterminatus on this mining world. You're not giving me the shiny shit we need. Seriously, we can't have our soldiers walking around without the blade.
A very important message has been sent to you directly from the Pony Terrorists.
What is it about?
Here.
What? This is heresy!
Kind frozen treat bars. Creamy, delicious, and plant-based. Find them in the freezer aisle.
My lord, the deed has been done. And it took a fuckload of time. At least 3,000 scribes died, and I somehow managed to get a headache in the process. But the message has been sent to all inquisitorial and ecclesiarchal organizations in the galaxy. My lord? Hello? Are you awake?
Completed the mission you entrusted me. I have traveled the galaxy and found these 12 individuals of character, skill, and determination. Please, if you will oversee them, I will be ready to make my sacrifice.
You have done well, my faithful servant. I trusted you to find me the most inquisitive and trustworthy this galaxy has to offer, and you succeeded. I approve of your selection, Malcador.
Thank you, my lord. These individuals will lay the foundation for the eternal watchmen of the Imperium. They're recruiting a heresy and keeping mankind away from the abyss that is chaos. Now that my final duty has come to an end, I should make my final sacrifice for you, my Emperor.
Behold the greatest sacrifice of our age. Malcador the Sigilant is no more. Henceforth, he shall always and only ever be Malcador, the hero.
My lord, you're awake!
Of course I am, you fuck students. Can't you see when people are having dramatic flashbacks?
Oh, I'm really sorry, my lord. Anyway, the deed has been done. The message has been conveyed.
Good. How they dare shit upon a sacrifice that my most loyal servant ever made by turning the organization he laid the foundation for into an elitist shitfest is inexcusable.
Excuse me, my lord. I don't think I follow.
Malcador, the hero, previously known as Malcador the Sigillate. He was my bro for life, and the first High Lord of Terra. He was the one who ruled and spread the word of the Imperium in my stead while I was tinkering with his throne. If it weren't for that disappointment of a son Magnus the Bookworm, who just had to fall to the temptations of chaos, and sent a brain-shattering psychic phone call to me with his powers, the barriers that protected my latest project, the webway of mankind, wouldn't have been ruined, and Malcador wouldn't have had to make his sacrifice.
Oh. So, everything is Magnus's fault?
Definitely. If I could, I'd brutally spank Magnus until his ass would turn so red that his face would look pale in comparison.
Ah, I see.
Come to think of it, is Magnus still alive?
Last time I heard he's a demon prince now, residing in the Eye of Terror on the planet of the sorcerers.
Sounds really fucking weird, just like him. Later, I want you to send those Ultramarines mercs there and try to get a hold of Magnus and then bring them here with me. If they fail, they'll at least not be so fucking snobby anymore, and if they succeed, I'll get to spank Magnus so it's all good.
Very well, my lord. I'll remember to tell someone that.
And now, I wonder how the disbanding of all those shitty held organizations is going.
There is no doubt about it, fellow Inquisitors. Whoever sent this message is a heretic. There is a heretic on Terra, pretending to be the only God Emperor of mankind.
It must be a work of demons. A cult. It must be a cult.
Yes, a gene stealer cult.
We cannot let this heretic keep doing what he is doing.
I don't think so. That would be kind of counterintuitive.
Counterintuitive? What the fuck does that mean?
We cannot perform exterminatis of Holy Terra yet. But what we can do is send an inquisitorial representative there as one of the High Lords of Terra, and then argue with the rest of the High Lords until they allow us to perform a thorough search and purge of our planet.
Oh, that's your will. It shall be like an annual exterminatus, with more door-kicking and burning buildings.
Maybe we can check if Terra is a tomb while we're at it.
Now, my brothers and sisters, radical and puritan, the only thing you need to do is vote for me as your inquisitorial representative, and travel with my victim to Terra, find the culprit who's behind these messages, and kill him for the Emperor.
Greetings, Honorable Battle Brother. Did you hear the news? Indeed I did, Honorable Battle Brother. We have received a mission from Holy Terror itself. That is right, Honorable Battle Brother. It is our time once again to prove ourselves as Ultramarine. And with pride and honor, we shall succeed, and we will never fail our sacred duties. After all, the greatest of them all are the Ultramarines.
Soon enough I should stop hearing their constant fucking chanting in my head. I've been hearing it for so long that I'm starting to feel like I have worked rather than fucking by sick.
I'm still not certain about this idea, my lord.
Are you defying me?
No, absolutely not. I was just thinking, since the Ultramarines are one of the greatest forces in the galaxy, are you 100% certain that sending them to their imminent doom on the planet of sorcerers is a good idea?
Look, my child. I know you are fucking stupid, but I am your father, and you should never argue against your father, because he always knows best. Isn't that right?
Of course!
That's a good custodes. Your intelligence is growing remarkably fast, just like your father's.
Oh, well, thank you. Dad.
No problem. Son. Now, prepare your cleansing equipment. My eye lobes are itching like they are infected by a fucking Death Eater virus. Also, bring my Centurion.
Right away.
Hey, Lords of Terra, we are gathered here today to discuss the most pressing matter, the survival of the Imperium of Man, such that we have never seen before. Should we outlaw the use of laxatives to everyone but us? Because my poo has been really hard and dusty lately.
I am the law, and I think that not only should we outlaw laxatives, we should also get a new shipment of fruit cakes, because that really helps out with how your bowels dense out poo.
I disagree. Generals need to be pulled at several regular places to command those living flashlights and drives. And the world these factories gotta do that too. Get out my guys doing the bathrooms and rockets, jealous that I
fear that this is a dumb discussion for you biological types. Guiding ahead your active venture inside the skulls.
Alright, seriously, it isn't funny anymore. First, you make fun of my ad on a daily basis, and now you send this emperor-damned message throughout the entire Imperium. Why?
Can you quiet down, Towerhead? I can't hear you.
We didn't say anything, I think, did we?
I don't know. Who am I again? I forgot.
Well, if you didn't send the message, who did? Someone is obviously being very mean.
Stop your whining, Decius. Can't you see that we're having a very important discussion about
This must be the 20,000th time you've had this discussion.
2,374. Try to be exact.
Back.
Morse Mutual Insurance. How can we help you? Sure.
Good old-fashioned cold shoes, Captain.
Well. Perhaps we should outlaw counting again?
Oh, yeah. I am the law!
Well, I'm gonna go back to the Ecclesiarchal Palace and figure out which one of you pruneheads ordered this message to be sent around. The Ecclesiarchy is not disbanding, and that's that.
My lord, the inquisitorial representative of the Rhine. The inquisitorial representative? I hate that person.
Inquisition? Very well. What name does he go by?
Lord Inquisitor Fyodor Karamazov, sir.
What? Karamazov?
I feel thoroughly refreshed now. Chain halberds truly do wonders.
My lord, I've been thinking of this. When Magnus tried to contact you, what did he try to tell you?
Are you siding with chaos now?
No, my lord. I'm just pondering it. But I'm thinking, let's say that Magnus was actually trying to warn you about Horus.
Okay.
If that was the case, then Magnus wouldn't have had to send his message to you if Horus hadn't fallen.
Yes.
And Horus wouldn't have fallen if the chaplain Erebus wouldn't have tempted him to join Chaos.
Right.
And Erebus wouldn't have kept turning Primarchs to the ways of Chaos unless he hadn't tempted Lorgar to his side together with the Wordbearer's first company captain, Cor Pharaoh.
Correct.
So by that logic, wouldn't this all actually be Erebus and Cor Pharaoh's fault?
Now you are just talking out of your ass. As I said earlier, everything is Magnus's fault.
Of course, my lord, you're right. I'm sorry.
By the way, while you were sending that message to the Ultramarines, did you also tell them to cut Hurleman's life support?
I'm sorry, my lord. I kind of forgot about that.
Do that later, then you should boot. Speaking of which, I need you to explain something to me.
What is it, my lord?
Why are you the only one ever visiting me? I mean, ever since I got this text-to-speech device, I have not seen anyone but my Centurion, some tech priests, that awful fucking Dread Knight thing, and you. Where are the rest of the custodies? Did they all die off or something? Are you the only one left?
After we witnessed you at the brink of death, your body being sat on the golden throne, all custodians went into a collective depression. We all decided to stop fighting outside the planet's borders. We've never left this palace since, always guarding the sacredness.
What a bunch of pussies you are. I can manage myself, you know. I'm not a regular ass fucking corpse.
Oh, of course not, my lord.
Also, that still doesn't answer my question. Where are the rest of the custodies?
The rest are currently guarding the palace, my lord.
Well, in that case, tell them to go out and be useful instead. I didn't give them the best war gear in the Imperium for nothing.
Yeah, about that, my lord. Most of us custodians have not only sworn an oath to never leave Terra and your presence after the Horus Heresy, but have also redefined the use of all nuclear armaments to show that we are more robust. It's quite hard to explain, but
indulging your vices all night with a bunch of strangers in a
Bring in some of the custodies here. Some of my companions, to be exact. Do it now.
Are you sure?
Do it now.
Very well, just a moment, my lord. Well, here they are, my lord. Some of your other companions.
Holy shit. What in the name of Terra on fucking roller skates is this?
My glorious overlord, the Emperor of Mankind. I am honored to be in your presence once more.
It has truly been too long, my lord. My oiled abs quiver at your voice. So this is how you mourn the death of me, huh?
I just want you to know, my lord, this was not my idea.
We don't see you much around anymore, brother. What was your name again?
My name is...
Didn't we used to call him Little Kitten before he was elected as the Emperor's own personal caretaker? Oh, I remember that little bottom anywhere.
I remember now. Little Kitten, the elected one, hurrying his way so far into our ranks. You weren't ever useful for anything more but sweetheart, were you? Speaking of which, my glorious overlord.
This shit is so surreal. Am I on drugs?
Kitten has been your caretaker for such a long time. Would you perhaps be interested if any one of your other companions were to take over as the caretaker? I do remember quite fondly that I was your favorite warrior during the Battle of Gyros Thravian.
The only thing I remember about that battle is that Rokodor, Mordarian, and fucking Horus were being dominated by stupid orcs. When their defeat was imminent, I came along and saved the fucking day with my massive army of golden people, killing 100,000 orcs at the cost of 3 of our own. I was in that battle as well, my lord. If you remember when you climbed on the enemy wall versus Gargant, you stepped on my head in order to get to the top. Truly, I am deserving of the position as your caretaker. I'm still not even sure why you guys are half naked. Why would I suddenly want to change my personal complaint manager? I mean, what do you even do? Stand around and fap in the palace? No,
we are here to guard your holy body, my lord. Not one scratch shall reach you while we stand guard.
No scratches, huh? Try a fucking warp-induced nuke right to the face, see what happens. You are the strongest fucking warriors that exist in the Imperium. What in the fuck are you guys doing undressed inside the Imperial Palace, literally doing fuck all? When was the last time any one of you killed anything? I killed a fly the other day. You have the best arsenal ever put together at your disposal, and you do not use it. You should be fucking ashamed, you shit nuggets. Now, I want you 3 fuckers to get dressed, get at least 100 other custodes ready, start up your ships, and go do something for the Imperium. The rest of my 300 companions can stay within the Imperial Palace for now. Very well, my lord.
It shall be done. We will be back with spoils of our victory shortly, my glorious overlord.
What a commanding presence! What I wouldn't give to play some fun games with you.
So, should I follow them?
No, you are staying here. I still need someone to tell me stupid shit I can complain about.
Oh, you.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, tell me what Tyrannids are.
Well, you're not gonna like this.
Nom nom. Nom. Moist and delicious. Ha
So, it begins. I suppose it's time to go do something completely inexplicable. Again.
Hello there, old friend. Ecclesiarch Decius. I haven't seen you since our little argument on Salem Proctor.
Who is it? You wouldn't have weren't treating that preacher like you did.
Is that a goat sitting on a chair?
I had every right, Decius. I'm a Lord Inquisitor for Terra's sake. If I suspect someone of heresy, I will take them away and torture them until they give me an answer.
That's not a chair, little Billy. That's a toilet, I think. I need to poo.
He saved his entire world. With his people, he led and reconquered his planet for the Emperor, defying the heathens who controlled it.
That young boy was nothing but a false prophet who lusted for power.
That's just not right.
But it smells like Prometheus in here. Anyone got some steaks?
We had lunch steak last Tuesday, you old shit!
Takes better to the bad flesh, you say to you,
Not right. Really? After you had your fit about us executed, was the taint of chaos not discovered amongst his followers?
We could have known if he was tainted or not before our final judgment was called for, but because of you, we lost that chance!
Oh, but you can never be too careful about the ever-present threat of chaos, Ecclesiarch. And that is why I have come here as the Inquisition's own representative.
My nostrils itch something fierce. Where's old Nosefinger?
It's on Towerhead's head, you butt.
What's today?
What are you jabbering on about now? Why have you come here, Karamazov?
I and almost every other Inquisitor in the galaxy have received a message from Terra, telling us that the Inquisition and the Adeptus Ministorum are to be disbanded.
Yes, I know about this message. No one here has sent it.
Well, there is no doubt. It definitely came from Holy Terra itself. A forgery of its seal cannot possibly be this precise. However, it's clear that the Emperor of Mankind himself wrote it. He is blasphemous. It is clearly written by a heretic hiding somewhere here on this very planet.
Being such a deluded fool, you do have a point.
Good. Seems like that habit of yours is at least allowing enough blood to flow through your scalp for you to understand that this situation requires mending.
So what is your purpose here exactly, Theodore? What do you intend to do?
I remember the finger I had before I replaced it with an auto quill. Oh, I just made myself sad.
So, yeah, all in all, Tyranids from another galaxy and have come here for the sole purpose of eating everything that is organic in order to grow stronger and fiercer. They are honestly pretty damn scary. I'm lucky to have been trained not to feel fear or anxiety over such things as a seemingly imminent doom.
And you say there have been an entire 3 major wars against these creatures with loads of Imperial forces involved?
Yes, indeed. The first, second, and third Tyrannic War. As I said, the most notable must have been the first Tyrannic War, when they supposedly first made their entrance into our galaxy. They completely stripped the planet Tyran of all life, thereby getting the name of Tyranids.
And you said during this war they destroyed the Ultramarines, devoured their entire first company, and crippled the leader of the Ultramarines, Papa Smurf, when they first arrived. How in the name of Leman Ross's overinflated ego did that happen?
Well, yes. All Ultramarines in the galaxy were needed to beat off the assault on the Krark, but the 2 main events that are most important would be the confrontation between Marnius Calgar...
Papa Smurf?
Yeah. Papa Smurf for the Sword, and the event that ended the battle in decisive Imperial victory.
I can already tell this is going to be a roller coaster ride of disappointment. Tell me what happened.
Well, my Papa Smurf and the Swarm Lord fought one another in an epic battle with two independent characters. The battle was fierce, but in the end the Tyranid proved too strong for him, resulting in him being gravely wounded.
I am invincible! The Ultramarines always triumph! How about you, foul seed of scum? I then call it a draw!
What's also worth pointing out is that something similar to this apparently happened later in the year 976 when the Ultramarines fought another hive called Perseus. However, the history of the galaxy is a major clusterfuck as it is anyway, so I don't know if that can still be considered true or not. Anyway, back to McCracken. Unable to stand the mere thought of losing a sacred spiritual legion on their already grievous losses, the oligarch of our first company sacrificed themselves to evacuate them.
So this guy could not even fight an overgrown fucking butt Gargamel and ended up force-feeding his bodyguards to it. Wow. Continue with the story. It makes my bones rattle with condensed and overpowering amusement and joy.
Well, long story short, the being fixed up again, Martin Pavsner went to command the order of battle over McCracken, but was led into a trap within the world of Cersei. Things were looking very grim for them.
Led into a trap by a bunch of space locusts. This is dumber than those oiled-up fucking strippers I call companions.
The Emperor-class battleship Astro valiantly charged at the heart of High Fleet Airborne and detonated its warp drives, causing a cataclysmic vortex that sucked both it and the entire Tyranid fleet into oblivion. Victory at Cersei spelled the defeat of High Fleet Airborne.
I am sorry. I am just absolutely livid at the moment. Remind me again. Technology is pretty backwards at the moment, correct?
Has declined somewhat in your absence, yes.
And those Emperor-class battleships are pretty much irreplaceable at this point because of the sheer resources and manpower needed to make them, correct?
More or less, yes.
So this asshole Papa Smurf, instead of just calling back his fleet to a more advantageous position, in, you know, fucking space, let one of those warships be lost forever in the warp, for some depraved minion of chaos to find and diddle around with.
This is getting me harder than Terminator armor!
I want you to change my orders. Tell the Ultramarines to get back Magnus without the Geller fields turned on. Let's see how they enjoy being fucked by demons, like those poor assholes in the battleships.
Yeah.
Anyway, avoiding the subject of the Ultramarines further, these Tyranids actually sound pretty fucking fascinating. How easy my job would be if every human was just part of me and my giant intelligence, and everything we did was in perfect harmony. Actually, remind me about that idea when I get off this fucking throne.
I'll make sure to do that, my lord. The human hive mind would surely be something fantastic to be part of.
You're just saying that because you're thoroughly trained to be my bodyguard, and not ever think, nor feel, or have any other purpose in life.
That's right, my lord!
Fucking automaton. So anyway, these Tyranids come from the eastern fringe of the galaxy in large bug flesh ships and chomp the fuck out of everything they see. Yes?
Correct, my lord.
And every encounter recorded with them describes them as insect-like creatures with biological weaponry, and that they are countless in number. Right.
Yes, that is right, my lord. They come in endless streams, too numerous to count with beasts both minuscule and massive, all killing in their own unique, painful ways.
Has anyone ever considered fucking bug spray?
I'm sorry, my lord, but bug spray? What is that?
Sorry, I forgot. They stopped manufacturing those after the dark age of technology.
Well, my lord, if it's a biochemical weapon you're referring to, I can say that it is not of much use. Regenerative power is something that the species seem to have picked up on, and many of them also have extremely advanced immune systems, so not much will work. In addition, the race is very adaptable, and if we actually were to concoct a poison against them to use it, they'd most likely gain resistance to it soon after.
That is quite a fucking pickle. Is there anything that works against them?
If it's not regular steel on bullets, there's actually a special mutagenic acid developed by the Death Watch that ruins the target's organs from inside and out. It is used in Hellfire rounds, and it works fairly well against anything that's made of flesh, but since Tyranids do not even have any kind of real armor, it seems to work best against them.
Then why have any of you fucking idiots had the idea of filling a massive space-sized spray can with a constant stream of oxygen, promethium, and this Hellfire compound, and sprayed the fuck out of the Tyranids' organic fleet while still in space?
That's a great idea, my Emperor. You are truly the most intelligent being in the galaxy.
Sigh. Sometimes I wish I hadn't made you custodians to be mindless automatons without feelings or emotions. It gets lonely here sometimes.
Oh my, Emperor, you're truly the most funny being in the galaxy as well.
Fucking automaton.
Well, my lord, at least we aren't as bad as those Necrons.
So we're talking about those sleepy Solistan skeletons now. Do tell me what the fuck they have been up to.
You know of them? Well, at least they aren't as bad as the Tyranids. I think.
The greatest thing about Necrons is that the warriors that you see are actually civilians, but they are battle translucent, so and biomass.
This is definitely it. The Crimson Path, the center point of the Orion subsection. Oh, when my work here is done, this planet shall rival Terra itself in its sacredness. Now I would act really into this, but I just got to stay all mysterious and stoic and cool. So I don't think I can. But, well, I suppose once we avoid our thing.
Anyway, fucking cool. It's like the thing.
Alright, I feel much better now. It's at times like these that I'm really glad that I just monologue to myself and not actually talk to anyone else. Because if someone had heard that, I would be seriously fucked.
Too late.
Seriously going to go through with this. Search the entirety of Terra, the holiest, grandest, and most populated planet in the universe, to find the one who sent this message.
No household shall be left unchecked, and no person shall go unquestioned.
Well, if you say so. It's not like you care much for your reputation anyway.
Wait. What are you on dusty my cheeks doing now?
Fabricated journal has malfunctioned. Self-destruct initiated.
Well, I hope you do realize that Terra is the most densely populated and overbuilt planet in the Imperium. It'll take decades to interrogate every single individual on this planet.
Do not doubt us. This is what we are the best at. We will scan the entirety of Terra and its people in but a few days.
This sounds highly fucking illegal! Oh. I call and just... I better know!
Big Gucci Bender never had to deal with this bullshit. Well, maybe we should make him my Lord of Terra again.
All that radioactive hellfire you've been exposed to exterminating every planet you come across must have fried your perception. Do you even realize how hard it is to mobilize on one of these hive worlds? It's really damn hard, but I guess you don't realize since you sit on that mobility scooter all day.
Well, you'll have no competes.
Shut it, you old trash bags.
Well, while I wait for your sphincter to calm itself, I shall start.
At least remember to respect the rules of the Terra, Theodore. Not a single drop of blood shall fall upon these sacred grounds. When you have found your suspects, at least do the decency of taking them far away from Terra if your eagerness to spill blood grows heavy on you.
Yes, I am fully aware. You have my promise. Soldiers, the search has begun, but take heed. Not a single citizen of Terra shall have his or her blood spilled on these sacred grounds. So, remember, only to burn.
My lord, was it really that funny? Really? Come on, the Necrons still pose a major threat. Just because the Blood Angels teamed up with them at once doesn't mean they're the Imperium's allies or anything. Okay. Maybe it is kind of funny.
No, you are incapable of finding things funny because you are a custodes.
Alright, I forgot. But anyway, what was I? Oh yes! So the Blood Angels and the Necrons defeated the Voltyranids together, and afterwards they went their separate ways, as the Blood Angels and the Necrons were both tired of the big battle, and Commander Dante thought it was distasteful to turn on the Necrons after they had helped each other out.
The Necrons were tired. The Blood Angels found something distasteful. I'd like to laugh more, but that might break my fragile funny bone. Anyway, I was under the impression that Necrons were tireless, soulless skeleton robots with no personality, nor care for anything. What the fuck happened?
Believe me, my lord, I think we all were under the impression until we heard about the Blood Angels and their apparent alliance with them. Before, they just spent most of their time coming out on planets unexpectedly and killing anything that lives, having a singular golden mind, which was the seal of the Eye of Terror, swat away the Tyranids and have the rest of the galaxy become never-ending woolly buffet for their gods, the Catan.
Sounds like what I would do if I was a soulless skeleton robot. That and slow walk around intimidatingly. Yes, it reminds me of that hollow that I watched a few millennia back.
Now they're more like, well, their goal is still essentially the same, but now it has become apparent that the Catan were actually somehow shattered into pieces a long time ago, and the Necrons have leftover fragments of them in their possession containing near limitless powers. Also, as it is, some Necrons have been reported to have actual personalities and even feelings. Oh, and pariahs apparently are not a thing anymore. No idea where they went off to. They just sort of up sticks and left, I guess.
Well, how does it feel having less emotion than a creepy fucking skeleton
Merryweather
robot?
got wind of these sails, so expect them to show up at some point, and maybe have someone waiting on the gun for them. The important thing is the weapons get to the drops.
I'm intrigued by the idea of those sharks. I will have to ask the remaining Alpha Marines to get one for me when they get back.
Sure thing.
Just not a shard of that punk-ass fan god the Deceiver. The description you gave reminds me too much of that mysterious, tentacle-headed, metallic jerk who came by every Saturday night to play Paradox Billiards, Vostroy and Roulette, fourth-dimensional hypercube chess strip poker with me, Siege, and Chego Rap in the webway a few millennia ago. Although, to be fair, at least he wasn't as much of a douchebag as that fat guy with the cigar who showed up with Siege that one time.
I thought all this time you've been having a constant mental war with the forces of chaos as well as guiding our ships with the power of the astronomical.
I'm the motherfucking Emperor. I'm allowed a day off once in a while. Besides, I'm the best fucking multitasker in the galaxy.
Oh, sorry, of course, my lord.
So far I have to say that I'm not impressed. These Necrons do not sound as much of a threat as those hungry space cockroaches.
Well, my lord, they are still more of a threat than you might think. Which actually reminds me of the story I understand that was sure to refer to your pride in your angels of death.
Good luck with that.
You see, during year 912, the Necron Lords of the two Mod forces got really mad because Necrons of another empire started to expand in this territory. In response to this, the Necron Lords suddenly revealed a massive planet-sized space vessel called the World Engine and started drifting through Imperial space, destroying anything that crossed its path. Later, during year 926, after several Imperial planets had been destroyed by the World Engine, a whole lot of Space Marines and the entirety of a local Imperial fleet was sent to destroy it.
Holy shit, a giant skeleton space robot planet that shoots molecule-breaking beams and destroys everything it spots. I want one.
Destroying Unicron.
These forces attacked the World Engine at the same time, but apparently a very strong void shield was surrounding it, making it nigh impervious to harm. This, together with the vessel's mighty arsenals and planet devastation weaponry, cost millions of lives during that battle.
I guess no one knows what retreating is in this fucking Imperium nowadays.
So, now here is the awesome part. The Space Marines known as the Astral Knights.
I never made anything called Astronauts.
No, seriously, my lord. You wouldn't even care that you didn't directly make them.
You see, all of the Astral Knights decided to ram their spaceship, the Battle Barge and Estus, straight into the world engine's void shield.
Fucking damn it. Why do you assholes keep wasting precious battleships?
The shield cracked up and the ship penetrated the hull of the world engine, allowing all Astral Knights to board it and destroy all the weapons, energy batteries, supplies, command nodes, and Necrons inside. The battle continued inside the world for 100 hours, all Marines dying doing what they do best. But not before their leader, Armor Arca, decided to overload the entire damn vessel in a central core with the help of some melter grenades. After this destructive overlord, the void ship was turned up completely, and this is where the rest of the Imperial fleet took their chance and shot the crap out of the planet ship with cyclonic torpedoes.
Well, slap me on the kneecap and call me a fucking skeleton. That is actually amazing.
After this incredibly awe-inspiring victory, the remains of the world engine were taken in by the Adeptus Mechanicus while the Battle Barge and Estus was salvaged, and set up as a monument with an Imperial shrine in it, holding statues of the 772 Astral Knights that had sacrificed themselves to bring down the world engine.
Sorry, I was totally mistaken. I totally remember that I did make the Astral Knights now. They were one of the secret legions I made before the Great Crusade that I never told anyone about. They were the best around. Nothing was ever going to keep them down.
Right. Whatever you say, my lord.
Also, on the previous subject matter, I have to say that I kind of like that one Necron that you mentioned. Trashy the Incontinent or something.
Do you mean Trace of the Infinite, my lord?
That's what I said.
Like the Collector.
Anyway, even if he is an alien being, I cannot deny that the idea of stealing incredibly valuable objects from all around the galaxy only to put them in a massive skeleton robot space museum is a great one.
Ah, yes. His only goal in the galaxy is to claim historic artifacts and relics and return to his true world of Solomons. He's even gone as far as to have the head of the great Sebastian Thor preserved in there.
Absolutely hilarious. At some point, we should send some Marines there to steal all his shit just to fuck with him.
I think I know what Space Marines capable of just that.
Do you now? Do tell.
Well...
Yeah, he also got the crown of Fulgrim. Thanks to Obelisk Spire.
We are here to terribly do a certain...
Who wrote the message?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Didn't you hear me? Who wrote the message?
Excuse me, are you allowed to do this?
Of course we are. Haven't you heard from the Bible?
We are here to inform everyone on Terra.
Who wrote the fucking message? Where are the gene stealers?
Help me!
Would you look at that? Some unfashionable tranks running around harassing civilians here on Holy Terra. You came to the wrong neighborhood, Shitmus.
What makes you lunatics think you are allowed to do this?
Just to leave. Are you supposed to send me little fellas? Well, James, this is special care. Special enough that my loincloth is just bursting with anticipation.
What's a more interesting question I demand an answer for? Is what you Inquisitors are doing here, burning Terra and harassing its citizens.
We are here because the message is supposedly sent from God Emperor himself, telling us the Inquisition is to be disbanded.
Clearly, the message was written by a heretic, and we all had to go to find it.
Fools. Message is from the Emperor, straight from the Sanctum Imperiale, within the Imperial Palace.
He is the reason why we're outside the palace in the first place. So you have no reason to perform this heinous act upon our planet.
You don't prove that is impossible!
You would lie. If the Emperor was alive once more, we would know.
You heretics! Custodians are heretics! Let's get back to Fyodor and tell him about this.
Fucking Groxas Inquisitors.
I'm now incredibly aroused.
I wonder what's sillier, Slanesh hentai monster demons, or the topless custodies. Topless custodies. Ah.
seeds of the faith that grows because you live a different change.
Before you say another word, your Evangelist, before you burn me like a heretic, listen to me. There is something I must do. This woman pleads for her suffering child. There is none but me who can intercede. In the Emperor's name, 3 days for all I need. And I'll return. I pledge my word, and I'll return.
You must make me bad! I want the people across the years! Everything I used to never change! Thou shalt
Damn it all. Not a single useful subject has been found yet. Don't they understand that sitting around here is incredibly boring? It's like being inside a retirement home.
Hey, hey Fyodor, isn't it boring around here? Like, incredibly boring?
Be quiet, Doc. What I just said.
No, that's what I just said. You know what would be fun? Letting me sit on your throne. I've always dreamed of being up on that throne and all the fun things I could do up there.
I said, quiet! Giving me a headache.
No, you be quiet. Can someone feed the goat so he quiets down? We're trying to do important high and Lord things here.
Shut up, little Billy! Now, to the business at hand. What were we discussing? I think it was something relating to banning the breathing of air from anyone that is not us. Air is one of the few natural resources left on Terra, and if all the normals use it, it's not left for us.
Well, I'm not sure. My generals need to breathe well to make commands. Whatever it is they are commanded in, and I don't think they can do that very well without it. Like this!
You usually seem to generate currents of air right before I have to.
Wait, isn't breathing important? I'm gonna lay down.
Go up there and find the heretic myself.
Oh hey, are you the guys I sent to buy my sandpaper cigarettes? I really need my fix of nicotine and throat lacerations. How else do you think I always sound so calm and sexy?
What is it, Dad? What? Don't we really have some sewage to investigate?
We were confronted by 3 custodians. Interrogators.
Custodians? You're joking, are not? The custodians never make the Imperial powers.
They were right there, though. And the custodians told us that the Emperor really is the one who sent them.
1,000 dead fucking heretics! Are you saying?
Just these are the heretics we are looking for.
Well, in that case, we're all walking straight into the Imperial Palace and taking those mutant exhibitionists with us!
Hold your mega chairs for just a moment, Inquisitor. What do you think you are doing?
Not you.
Stop standing around there all silent and dead like an unplugged fucking Mechanicus out and tell me who these space marines are. This anticipation is for some reason killing me. Then again, I'm a decaying corpse, so that might also be a contributing factor.
Well, they are renowned in the Imperium for stealing a lot of relics from both other chapters and factions within the Imperium. It's not really known how they do it, or exactly why, but they have somehow managed to amass a astounding amount of organs using this.
So what are they called?
I believe they're called something. Actually, I don't remember.
Wait the fucking go. Go ahead. You just reached a whole new level of stupid, the disappointing kind of stupid. Come to think of it, did you say chapter? As in, only a singular chapter within an entire game is good at this?
Oh, no, my lord, they are not part of the Legion.
Why the fuck would there ever exist a single chapter outside of a Legion?
Well, you see, 7 years after the Wars of this event took place known as the Second Founding.
The second founding? Oh man, this already sounds about as unnecessary as the Dark Eldar. Wasn't the appropriately named founding good enough?
Actually, I think the name was changed to the first founding after they came up with the second one.
Really? Wow. What an unbelievable excess of stupid.
Yeah, anyway. The Primarch of the Ultramarines wasn't covered.
My singular cybernetic, I just detected a large rise in ignorance and hubris in this room from the mere mention of that name.
Creating the Codex Astartes, which is a set of rules and guidelines that nowadays is used by thousands of Space Marine chapters throughout the galaxy.
Thousands?
The Codex Astartes became the foundation for a second founding as Gulliman decreed that all legions still loyal were to be split up and organized into armies consisting of roughly 10 companies each. One of these chapters were to retain their parent legion's original name, symbol, and color scheme, while the others could basically go and do whatever they wanted with that.
So now we've got fucking Ultramarine babies spread out across the entire galaxy, all secreted from the rest of the Imperium to form their own beliefs, dogmas, and hatreds inspired by the original, which was already an enormous pile of stupid to begin with. Seriously, are you actively trying to make my life even more difficult?
Well...
In addition, this dumb book has split up the Imperium's mighty bulwark and made it into a rotting picket fence that even a small child could break down. What made you people think that this was a good idea?
But my lord, Gulliman's intentions were noble. He recognized that in order for something like the Horus Heresy to not ever be possible again, the massive marine armies should be separated and spread out.
And now the Xeno activity is more rampant throughout the galaxy than ever. Perhaps the Turtle Man's head wasn't stuck so far up his butt, fervently kissing his own ass, he would have read his work before publishing. For all we know right now, there could be hundreds of chapters out there pledging their allegiance to chaos, or perhaps even worse. And we have no fucking idea about it or a way to stop it, because all our defenses are so thinly spread. There could even be chapters consorting and accepting both Xenos and Chaos worshippers into the ranks. Maybe even chapters so fucking reclusive and historically inept that their mere existence sounds like something out of a disgustingly horrible and shitty fan fiction.
Do you guys have a feeling of it really hard right now?
You fish. You thought that you were going to win this poker game, but it was actually I, Crash!
Fucking damn it, Gillsman. Speaking of which, did you tell them to cut his life support yet? It is very fucking important. Actually, when you've done that, make sure to bring that status field power adapter here. I might need that extra power to charge my data slate to play whatever new Battle Mace 42 million game is out, or whatever else might exist. Not Call of Duty, though they seriously need to stop releasing those shitty fucking rehash games every year.
Right. My lord, I'll make sure not to forget it this time.
Actually, come to think of it, are the Ultramarines somehow connected to all bad things that has happened for the last 10,000 years? It feels like we keep bringing them up all the time.
Well, they have kind of become the poster boys of the Imperium, so we can't really avoid mentioning them. Oh, speaking of which, I actually remember the name of that leading chapter now.
Really? What is it then?
The name of the chapter is The Blood.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you, kitten, but we have something very important to inform you two about.
Oh shit, it's my eternal torment on this throne made manifest again.
You see, we were outside the palace, traveling through the spires of terror, when we noticed that everything was on fire.
Not in the usual sacred incense burning way either.
Yes, indeed. Apparently there are inquisitors running amok all around the planet. They are looking for the one who sent that message demanding the disbanding of the Inquisition and the Adeptus Ministorii.
So they have arrived.
Holy Imperativaries, really?
Really? I suggest we go to the High Lords immediately. Perhaps the Inquisitorial representative can be argued with.
Not with him, you.
There is no time to be lost. Let's go. I'm fucking done.
I was foolish to believe you would hold a promise like this one. You are untrustworthy filth, not ever worthy of the Emperor's blessing.
I am the only one here worthy of the Emperor's blessing. I am the only one who's going to save him
from his very own corrupted bodyguard.
You are not entering the palace, Theodore.
I would like to see you try and stop me.
I'll gladly show you. Guards!
Fyodor, we're surrounded!
Be quiet, Dominic.
Well, here we are, Theodore. At long last, I can put you and your miserable little cult away. Never to interfere with the Emperor's will again.
Foolish. Have you forgotten that my throne is a massive weapon arsenal?
Easy, Ark. We're gonna light you up. Like a sandpaper cigarette.
If I had one! Right? Let me know. I'll bring it to you. Look at that. All deliveries received. Now let's just hope they know how to use them. Right?
I will have this entire room and all of its inhabitants fall prey to my throne of judgment. It is too bad for you that this passive decree is still in effect, isn't it?
Theodore, you absolute ass.
Oh, don't feel bad. At least my meltdown will fade away from this existence instead of splattering your blood across the floor. Because that was your primary concern, wasn't it? Now, I am going into that palace, and I alone will save the Emperor and the Imperium of Man!
Now, we shall go with this.
Knowledge.
Now, this one is Pickle, because a long time ago, before this happened, this is the last church made by Graham McNeil, but the guys who did this is okay with it. Well, hello.
My buddies and I sometimes put these on and shoot each other. I apologize for the smell. Those tacos were a mistake. Couldn't have picked better myself. If guns are a penis substitute, this is the schlong section. Spoiled for choice, that's the problem. There we are, all yours.
Now, first off, this was a fan-made video, but they changed it because of copyright laws and stuff. Then Games Workshop decided being jerks and cancelled it. There was no characters, and then the different guys just copyrighted for the reason and were shut down. And later on, they were later on the
I can tell you have good taste. Take your time. Glad you found what you were looking for. Those are so comfortable.
Yeah, it fits right in my groin.
That material is imported. We have that in multiple colors.
Okay. Thank you. Now we're just gonna have limited things over here, but hopefully they'll have like a secure, reasonable thing going on, so that have us fans to take care of things like that. Thanks.
We've got the biggest selection in San Andreas.
Door boss, engineer, isn't you here?
We specialize in those. Everything's on sale. That's a particularly good price. Enjoy it. That's a great price. I like that one.
Thank you. Accessories. Okay.
here to help.
Payback, I'm gonna use the purple.
Give me a shout if you have a question. If I can help, just ask. That's really nice. Let me know if I can improve your shopping experience for you. Feel free to flag me down if you want something.
I got some good puns, and I'm back. But here are the good puns that every time I come up with a pun, a honk. Like for example.
Fucking crazy.
Like for example, Zinch is the nerdiest dork in the galaxy. Nurgle is the most disgusting person ever. Like, he gets poops and vomits 24/7. Bonus, that's all across the galaxy. Korn is a warmongering, honorless jerk who can never top the Arbiter from Halo. And Slaanesh is the most horrible hentai shemale in the whole entire galaxy. That's proof that I am not with Chaos. But anyways, let's get into this movie.
Welcome to the Church of the Fulgur Lapis. You wish to join us tonight? I don't recognize you.
No, I don't expect you would. Nor would I expect us to be anyone besides you and I.
Well, this is a surprise. My midnight sermons are considered quite popular in these parts. You're sure?
Quite.
What a shame. I had not thought I had aged so poorly as to scare so many away.
It is rare to find a man like you with a sense of humor. I have found that most of your kind are dour, leaden-hearted men.
My kind?
Priests.
Then I fear you have only met the wrong kind. Besides, given the times we live in, any servants of the Divine would find it extremely difficult to be of good cheer.
Very true.
I am Uriah Olathair, last priest of the Church of the Fulgur Lapis. Might I have your name?
My name is unimportant. However, you may call me Apocalypsis.
An unusual name for one who professes a dislike of priests. You are aware of the significance of such a word?
I am. It is suiting for tonight, however.
And why exactly would that be? What revelations do you search for in my humble church?
I seek no revelation. I simply wish to talk to you. I wish to learn what keeps you here when the world is abandoning your beliefs in gods and divinity. I wish to understand why you have yet to turn to the faith of science and reason.
The great fresco of Isandula. Divine work. Wouldn't you agree?
It is quite magnificent, but divine? I don't think so.
Then you have not looked closely enough. Open your heart to its beauty, and you will feel the Spirit of God move within you.
And the whole world came running when the fresco was revealed, and the sight of it was enough to reduce all who saw it to stunned silence.
Ah, so you have read your Vistani?
So I have.
You are a student of art?
I have studied much. Art is indeed one of my interests.
Then you cannot argue that this work was not inspired by a higher power.
Of course I can. I do not seek to diminish the artist's sublime work through allocating praise upon a greater being. Her artistry does not prove the existence of anything. No god has ever created art.
In an earlier age, some might have considered such a sentiment blasphemy.
I have only ever seen mortal men accuse anyone of blasphemy, Uriah. I have only ever seen mortal men act upon it. Were reactions to the accusations any less violent, I would label it a victimless crime.
Touché. But I have yet to see any scientists discover the root of inspiration.
The human mind is a wondrous thing. Do not be so quick to underestimate it. But tell me, Uriah, have you ever seen the great cliff sculptures of the Mariana Canyon?
No, though I have heard they are incredibly beautiful.
They are indeed. 1,000-meter-high representations of their kings carved in stone that no weapon or drill can cut. They are at least as incredible as this fresco, worked into a cliff that had not seen sunlight in 10,000 years, yet carved by a godless people in a forgotten age. True art requires no divine rationale. It is just art.
You have your opinion. I have mine.
Isandula was a genius and a magnificent artist. That much is beyond question. But she still had to make a living, and even magnificent artists must take commissions where they are to be found. I am sure this work paid well, for the churches of her time were obscenely wealthy. Do you believe that she would be incapable of such a wondrous feat if she had been employed by a secular government?
She very well may have, but unfortunately we shall
we are fickle creatures, Uriah. All too often I am tempted to believe invocation of the divine is a ploy by the jealous to dismiss one's accomplishments.
Jealousy?
Absolutely. To see another succeed where you may have failed is a sobering thing. Some would rather choose to remain ignorant of their limitations.
That is a very cynical view of humanity.
Forgive me, but I have seen too much darkness to be so innocent as to always assume good intentions.
It's from the hell.
Mistake my intentions.
It is from.
Only in understanding our weakness
Yes, it's from.
can we find strength.
Well, this has been an interesting discussion, but you must excuse me for this. I have to prepare for my congregation.
Revelation.
No one is coming. It is just you and I.
Why are you really here?
This is the last church on Terra. History will soon be done with places like this, and I want a memory of it before it is gone.
If this is so, then come, friend. Let us sit. I would rather not stand for whatever time remains. good health.
And yours. This is very good wine. It's old.
You have a fine appreciation of wine, friend Apocalypsis. My father gave this to me on my 15th birthday. He said I should drink it on my wedding night.
And you never married?
Never found anyone willing to put up with me. I was a devilish rogue back then.
No longer, it would seem. A devilish rogue turned priest. Sounds like quite the tale.
It is, but some wounds run deep. It does no good to reopen them.
Fair enough.
Friend Apocalypsis, tell me, what did you mean when you said this place was soon to be gone?
Exactly what I said. Even in your isolated state, you must have heard of the Emperor and his crusade to stamp out religion and belief in the supernatural. Soon, he and his forces will arrive to tear this place down.
I know, but it makes no difference to me. I believe what I believe. No amount of hectoring from some warmongering despot will sway me.
That is an obstinate point of view.
It is faith. It would seem I'm not as fickle as you would posit.
Faith. A willing belief in the unbelievable without proof.
Faith's strength is just that. It requires faith. Belief is enough.
That is why the Emperor wants rid of it, then. You call faith powerful. I call it dangerous. Think of what people in the grip of faith have done in the past. All the atrocities down the centuries that can be traced back to faith. Faith is both the causation and the justification for so much evil.
Come here just to provoke me. I'm no longer a violent man. Such a goal would be boring and fruitless for the both of us. If this is all you're here for, I suggest you leave.
You are right, of course. I'm being discourteous, and I apologize. I came to learn of this place, not antagonize its guardian.
I accept your apology, Apocalypsis. Do you wish to see the church?
I do.
Then come with me.
I love this story.
The Fulgur Lapis.
So this is a holy stone?
It is.
Why?
Why is it the Fulgur Lapis?
I mean, why is it holy? Was it deposited on the ground by your god? Was a man martyred here? Or did some young girl receive some sort of revelation while praying at its base?
Nothing so bland, rest assured, friend Apocalypsis. Thousands of years ago, a local holy man who was blind was walking in the hills hereabouts when a sudden storm came in over the Western Ocean. He hurried back down to the village below, but it was a long way, and the storm broke before he could reach safety. The holy man took shelter from the storm in the lee of this stone, at the height of the storm in the lee of the heavens. When he thought all was lost, he was lifted up and heard the voice of our Creator. And so he saw the stone wreathed in a blue fire, in which he saw the face of our Creator.
Did you not say he was blind?
Ah, he was blind no longer. The power of our Creator cured him of his affliction. He immediately ran back to the village and told the people there of the miracle.
And then?
The holy man returned to the Fulgur Lapis and instructed the townspeople to build a church around it. The story of his healing soon spread. Within but a few years, thousands were crossing the Silver Bridge to visit the shrine, for a spring had begun to flow from the base of the stone. Its waters were said to be imbued with healing properties.
And I wonder how much the priests benefited from it all. And what? They could cure diseases? Mend broken limbs?
So the church records say. This bathing chamber was constructed around the stone, and people across the land came to bathe in the sacred waters while they still flowed.
I have heard tales of a similar nature in the Far East. A young girl claimed to have seen a holy vision of a woman while bathing near the springs closest to her home. She described a woman conspicuously similar to the holy woman of a religious order of which her family was a member. Bathing houses were established there too, but for a fear of diminishing the rate at which the owners of the bathhouses could admit pilgrims, the waters were only changed once a day. The dying and diseased came in droves, passing through that water in the hundreds every day, so I'm sure you can imagine what a horrible slop it was at the end. They were but pools of blood, sloughed off skin, scabs, bits of cloth and bandage, an abominable soup of malady. The only miracle was that anyone emerged alive. Such a miracle was infrequent at best.
I cannot justify the actions of the greedy or the impure. I can assure you that did not happen here, if that is your concern.
Hematite from a banded ironstone formation, exposed by landslip during the storm, most likely. That would explain the strike. It seems to me that your holy man was not blinded by any physical defect, but was a result of hysteria or earlier mental trauma. It is not unheard of to be cured in such a manner.
Are you attempting to debunk the miracle this church was founded upon? It was our Creator's will. And if your explanation were to substitute mine, the nature of the event is still what I would call a miracle. The Creator's face was seen. His voice was heard. It is a malicious thing to seek to destroy another's faith, Apocalypsis.
I do not aim to be malicious. I am trying to explain how such a thing could have happened without the intervention of a godly power. You think that the way we perceive the world is the way it actually is, but you cannot perceive the external world directly. Indeed, none of us can. Instead, we know only our ideas or interpretations of objects in the world. The human brain is a marvelous organ, priest, and it is especially adept at constructing images of faces and voices from limited information. Imagine your holy man sheltering from the storm in the cover of this great stone when the lightning bolt hit. The fire and the noise, the pounding surge of elemental energy. Isn't it possible that an already religious man might, in such circumstances, perceive sights and sounds of a divine nature? We do it all the time. When you wake with dread in the dead of night, is that darkness in the corner not an intruder instead of just a shadow? The creak of a floorboard, the tread of a murderer?
I agree. The human mind is a powerful thing. What I value most, however, is the ability to reflect upon the past and reach conclusion that tap against my window was a natural occurrence, not a murderer come to kill a lonely priest.
Given the origins and evolution of religions in the human species, it seems a far more convincing and likely explanation that it was a figment of happenstance and a creative mind. A holy man might make a miracle of simple good fortune because of a predisposition to believe in the supernatural. Don't you agree?
No, I do not.
Really? You strike me as an intelligent man. Why can you not concede at least to the possibility of such an explanation?
Because I too have seen my God and heard his voice. Nothing can compare with knowing personally and completely that the divine exists.
Ah, personal experience. The most valued kind. Tell me, where did you receive this vision?
On a battlefield, in the lands of the Frank, many years ago.
The Frank were brought into unity long ago. The last battle was fought nearly half a century ago. You must have been a young man back then.
I was. Young and foolish.
Hardly a prime candidate for divine intervention. But then I've found that the least likely to receive it are often the most in need of it. I have read your holy book before. To me, most of the men who appear on the pages are far from ideal role models. Perhaps I should not be so surprised. The devilish rogue sits with me today.
tone may be pleasant, but your spirit is nothing but adversarial. You say you wish to learn of me in this church? Well, come. Let us joust with words, thrusting and parrying one's certainties with argument and counter-argument. Say what you will, but come sunrise, you will leave and not return.
This is my intention. I have other matters to attend to, but tonight I have to talk with you. My adversarial spirit is not born from any mal-will towards you, Uriah. My malcontent is born from my love for humanity. I would see our species in an age of wonder, without these constant wars and the ignorance that blankets our kind like a plague. I would see us ascend. I would see all of our kind raised to the status of godhood that is worshipped throughout the galaxy. But we are enslaved to fantastical notions that reside within that book of yours, and all the others like it. That damnable book in your hands is a curse. Get rid of it.
You go so far as to mock my holy book too? This damnable book provides a code by which I have lived a peaceful life, in which I have built more than I have destroyed, helped more than hurt. My time before this book was nothing but destroying and hurting. Untold thousands more live similar lives thanks to the guidance provided by our willingness to believe in something greater than ourselves. Tell me, Apocalypsis, when we, as a species, find your vision to be a reality, what will become of us? What will unite us? These can only be attained through an aspiration for a common enemy. When that aspiration disappears and we as a species are gods without rivals, who will we turn on? We will turn on each other. Your vision will bring only an eternity of war. When gods clash, galaxies burn.
So what would you have me say? There are more faiths than yours, Uriah, and each faith has equally zealous defenders. How many generations of conflict until your message of peace turns to a crusade against those who do not share your beliefs? Where there are differences, humanity will find them. And these differences are so fundamentally rooted in you as others' beliefs are in others. There can be no resolution without conflict.
Finds nothing but exceptions to my arguments, never any rules by which to measure them.
How can I find rules in an inherently hypocritical system? Your book has been rewritten, translated, and twisted to fit the needs of hundreds of anonymous authors for hundreds of years. The faith is eternal, but the story and morals are not. One man hears his dead grandfather, and he is locked away in an asylum. But if he heard the voice of God, he would be venerated and might well become a saint. How is this a logical and rational system?
It is my faith. Respect my beliefs as I respect yours, despite your constant slights against my life's dedication.
Did you not say we should joust? Why does your faith require such protection? Is it not robust enough to withstand my questioning? No one else on this world enjoys such protection from scrutiny. So why should you and your faith be singled out for special treatment?
Why is it that faith is being targeted for destruction? Perhaps there is enough truth behind my words that the Emperor, in all his wisdom, fears their holy power. Or is it because there are people too obstinate to accept that there may be something that science cannot quite explain? I have seen my God. I saw his face and heard his words in my soul.
Do not expect me or anyone else to give your experience credence, Uriah, despite what you think you saw. You may believe it to be real, but just because you believe something to be true does not make it so.
I saw what I saw.
Hey, I just nailed the sickest jump you've ever seen. You gotta check it out. I'll send you the deets.
I relive it with every waking moment in which I am not occupied.
And where in France did this miraculous vision take place, priest?
On the killing ground of Gadwari.
You were at Gadwari.
I was.
Will you tell me what happened?
I'll tell you what happened. But first, No, friend Alexis, this is the good stuff. I wouldn't deign to drink this from a tumbler. Now we will drink from a glass. Water. Give it a mix. Let the vapor fill. It intensifies the flavor. Swirl it a little. See the slits on the side of the glass? They are called tears. And since they are long and descending slowly, we know the drink is strong and full-bodied.
And how long must we wait?
Patience, friend Alexis. This wine has sat for many decades. It can sit for a few more minutes. Nose the drink. Feel the aromas and how they stimulate your senses. Allow yourself a moment. Let the scents awaken the memories of their own.
May I ask a personal question while we wait?
Well, it depends on the question, doesn't it?
Why is it you carry a timepiece that doesn't function?
It is a family relic, you see. It has been with us since before even old times. No one knows when it broke, but as legend goes, it ticks before disaster strikes. I never believed it. But my father. When I found it, however, it was a minute later than I would remember it. Now it sits a minute from midnight. My father always jested that the day it struck midnight would be the beginning of the end. I've kept it for decades. Never once seen it budge. I check it often, as if it could warn me of danger. Maybe there is one, right?
A grim portent. You seem to surround yourself with grim beliefs.
Perhaps. But let's not ruin this good wine with such dour things. My story is not yet even begun. We've waited long. Generously.
That's a flavor I have not had in a long time. I didn't think any remained.
It is an old bottle. One I rescued from the ruins of my parents' home.
You make a habit of keeping old alcohol around.
Aye, a throwback to my wild youth. I was fond of drink. A little too much, if you take my meaning.
I do. Many a great man has been brought low by such an addiction.
You said you wanted to tell us about Derek?
If you are ready and willing to tell me of it, yes.
Willing, yes. Ready? I suppose we will find out.
February was a bloody day. It was hard on all over there. I understand.
I may be old, my eyes may not be what they once were, but I can still tell that you are far too young to know about that. You would not have even been born when that battle was fought.
Trust me, I know you got wary.
I should tell you a little of myself first. Who I was back then, and how I came to find God on the battlefield of Getwere. If you have half a mind to hear it, anyway.
What is a story without its context? Of course. Say what you feel needs to be said.
I was born in the town below this church, nearly 80 years ago. Youngest son of the local lord. My clan had come through the final years of Old Knight with much of their wealth intact.
Get a move on you.
They owned all the lands around this parts. This very mountain, all the way to the lake. Wish I could say I was treated badly as a child. You know, to be reason for why I was indulged and became something of a spoiled brat, given to drinking, carousing, dogs and pensions. Looking back, I realized what a little shit I was. But of course, it's a lot of men to look at themselves and realize too late all the mistakes they made, the regrets they carry. Anyway, I decided in the adolescent fires of rebellion that I was going to travel the world and see whatever free corners of it remained in the wake of the Emperor's conquest. So much of the world had been I was determined to find one last patch of land that wasn't yet under the heel of this thunderbolt of lightning.
You make it sound like the Emperor was a tyrant. He ended the wars that were destroying the planet and defeated dozens of tyrants and despots. Without his armies, mankind would have descended into anarchy and destroyed itself within generations.
He still is a tyrant. Perhaps humanity would have been less rather than under the shadow of his person. Maybe the universe decided we'd had our chance and our time was up.
Nonsense. The universe cares not a whit for our actions or us. Our fate is wrought by our hands, and no others.
A philosophical point we will no doubt return to, but I was telling you of my youth.
But of course, please, continue.
Thank you. Well, after I announced my intention to travel the world, my father was good enough to grant me a generous stipend and a retinue of soldiers to protect me on my journey.
I'm gonna kill you, asshole!
I left that very day and crossed the Silver Bridge 4 days later, traveling across the land recovering from the war.
Are you shot,
Hammers with templated armor, blackened factories churning weapons, and entire towns of seamstresses creating new uniforms for his armies. I crossed to Europa and cruised my way across the continent, seeing the eagle-stamped banner. In every town and city, I saw people giving thanks to him. Mighty thundergiants. But I'll be damned if anything was changed. It was like they were going through the motions, because they knew it was dangerous. I'd seen the thundergiants as a child, but never in the wake of a conquest. Never quite seen the reality of it. I was drunk and pouring my way down the Tallinn Peninsula when I came across the garrison of the Emperor's super sword and a ruined cliff-top fortress. Like damned romantic rebellious soul and help trying to I called them many names. Freak, slave, the minor demons of the great. I even told them the Emperor's only goal was to enslave all of the human race to his own towering will. After having seen them battle in the fields of Frank, I shuddered to think of the fear I was in. I thought I was being clever. In my own stupor, I convinced myself I was a hero. Looking back, I never even passed as a martyr. Eventually, one of the giants broke rank and approached me. It was monumental. I felt invincible as only a drunk and a fool could. This warrior was huge, far larger than any human I'd ever seen. His entire body was encased in heavy, powered armor, and enclosed his chest and arms. The sheer power of a huge soldier was never made clearer to me than when that giant came over to me and lifted me up, turning my shirt and upsetting me. Kicked at his armor and beat my fists into bloody pulps against his chest. But he just laughed at me. I screamed at him to let me go, and he did just that, telling me to shut my mouth before tossing me off the cliff and into the sea. By the time I'd climbed the great steps back up into the village, they were gone, and I was left with just myself and a hatred greater than I had ever known. Stupid, really. I was asking for it, and it was only a matter of time until someone put me in their place.
And after Tallinn?
Here and there. I've forgotten a lot of those years, truth be told. I was drunk most of my waking hours. I know I took a sand skimmer across the Mediterranean wastes, and traversed the wastelands of the North African conclaves that Shankal reduced to an ashen desert. All I found were settlements that were busy paying homage to the Emperor. So I carried onwards, far into the east, to see the ruins of Ursh and the fallen bastions of Narth and Doom.
Yes!
In places so far away to be the most desolate and remote corners of the world, I still found those who gave thanks to the Emperor and his gene-engineered warriors. I couldn't understand it. Didn't these people know they just exchanged one tyrant for another? Then again, it wasn't their choice.
Humanity was on the brink of extinction. I cannot convey this point any more clearly. Without unity, and without the Emperor, there would be no human race. I cannot believe that you do not see that.
Oh, I see it all. I see that very clearly. Devilish Rose did not. I was young and full of the fires of youth that see any form of control as a treasure. Though they don't appreciate it, it is the function of the youth to push at the boundaries of the previous generation, to poke and prod and establish their own rules. That is no different from any other youth. Well, perhaps a little.
So you'd traveled the world, and hadn't found any planet that hadn't sworn allegiance to the Emperor. Where did you go next?
I returned home for a spell, bearing gifts I'd mostly stolen, and then set off again. This time I went out as a soldier of fortune instead of a tourist. I'd heard rumors of unrest in the land of the Frank, and fancied myself a renowned warrior. The Frank were a fractious people, even before the days of military. Never ones to bow to invaders, even the ones who posed to them. Once I reached the continent, I'd heard of Havelek the Gross, and the Battle of Averoy. Straight for the town.
Averoy, a town poisoned by the bitterness of a madman whose meager skill fell far short of his ambition.
Now that much is obvious. Back then, the story was that Havelek was found wrongly accused of the brutal murder of the woman the Emperor put as governor. He was said to be shot by a firing squad when his brothers and friends attacked the local army units planning the execution. The soldiers were torn to shreds, and the death of a few locals in the fighting turned a small-scale riot. They got ugly faster than the town had time to think what they could do. But by then, it was too late. Fortunately for everyone, Havelek was a gifted orator, and fanned the flames of the townfolk's ire at the Emperor's rule. Within the hour, a hastily formed militia had stormed the local army headquarters and seized the weapons within. None of the soldiers survived.
You are aware that Havuluk did assault and murder the woman.
I learned that later, yes. By then it was far too late to do anything about it. By the time I reached Averoy, full of piss and vinegar for the coming fight, Havelek had rallied a number of the local townships to his cause and amassed quite an army. It was magnificent, friend Apocalypsis, for it had been everything I had so desperately searched for. Icons of the Emperor being torn down, colourful buntings hanging from every window, bands playing in the streets constantly while Havelek and all of us, his soldiers, marched up and down the town. I swear it felt like we were an army of devilish, daring youths. We should have been training. We should have prepared. And our courage was buoyed up by the festivities, and more towns rose up against the Emperor's rule by the day. Within the week, he had amassed an army of 40,000 strong. Truly, I had found my glorious rebellion I had so desperately craved. It was heroic and courageous and dangerous, and it spoke to my romanticism for the heroic freedom-fighting role. We were absolutely sure we would be the spark that would light the fires of rebellion all across the world, and see the autocrat tumble from his self-imposed rule. Then we heard that the Thunderbolt and Lightning armies were marching from the east. We set off in grand procession, making all due haste. Havelek leading us from Averoy was a joyous day. I'll never forget it. The laughter, the kisses from the girls, and the spirit of our shared brotherhood carried us off as we marched to battle. In but a week of marching, we reached Edwele, and set up our defenses atop a line of hills directly in the path of our enemies. We had all thought ourselves tactical geniuses, holding a strategically advantageous position. Had we any training and discipline, it might have made a difference. We held the high ground, and both of our flanks were anchored on strong positions. On the left were the ruins of the Ganduere bastion. On the right, desolate marshes through which nothing could pass.
You must have known it was madness to engage the Emperor's armies. I mean, you had no hope of defeating them. His warriors were bred for battle, and spent every waking moment in combat training.
Perhaps we knew. Maybe we didn't want to think about it. We were so full of hope, of optimism, we wouldn't allow ourselves to even consider defeat. When the Emperor's armies came into sight, we were nearly 50,000 strong. We faced an army estimated at a mere 5,000. It was hard not to feel that we could win the day, especially with Havelek riding up and down and firing our blood. His brother tried to calm him. It was far too late. Eventually, maybe a kilometer from our position, the giants halted their advance. We should have waited too long. Instead of letting the spirit of the moment die, we charged down the hillside like mad, glorious fools, screaming war cries and waving swords, pistols, and rifles over our heads. It was maybe 6 or 7 ranks deep, and we only covered half the distance before the giants shouldered their weapons and opened fire. I'll never forget it. The first volley was thunder that ripped down the line, and our first 5 ranks were cut down to a man with a completely scream. Each of their bullets was a small bomb that ripped limbs from bodies and burst men open from the inside like wet sacks. Soldier shouts, struck in the back of the head, and fell forward into the ruptured body of another man. Rolling over, I felt the back of my head and realized I had been hit. Shrapnel or some fragment, I figured. I could feel myself losing blood, weakening by the moment. Now the initial shock in the first few seconds had passed. The screaming began. The charge had ground to a halt, and now the men and women were milling around in confusion and fear. As reality finally dawned on them, and they understood the magnitude of what Havelek had done. Now, the Thunder Warriors took their turn to charge. They broke into a run. Terror trembled beneath their feet. Most of those who had fallen but survived their volley were crushed beneath the giant dark. They all were unsheathing their swords with serrated edges and motorized blades. I'll never forget the sound of it. The roar out of a nightmare it was. He had been defeated in the opening volley, but these warriors were without mercy. Havelek had somehow survived the initial barrage with only superficial wounds. As I lay on my back, dying, I watched him stare, dumbfounded, as the leading Thunder Warrior cleaved him in two with a single swing with his chainblade. Looking back at Havelek's army, I saw my terror mirrored on the face of every man and woman left, who were all begging for mercy, throwing down their weapons, trying to surrender, but the slaughter continued, heedless of their enemies. They marched right up to them and hacked into them without mercy. All those people were cut apart so quickly and brutalized with such economy of force, I couldn't believe so many people could die in so short a time. It was not the glorious battle I dreamed of. It was mechanized butchery. If I could have ran, I would have. And I'm not ashamed to say I laid there weeping, listening to the awful sound of people dying, and the wet sound of flesh being shorn from bodies, and the stench of voided bowels and open bellies, until the mercy of darkness overcame me. When I woke, surprised I'd still lived, it was dark. In the distance I heard the victory chants of the Thunder Warriors drifting across the fields, along with smoke of victory pyres. Havelek's army had been destroyed. Not routed, not put to flight, destroyed. In less than an hour, 50,000 men and women had been killed. I never learned of any other survivors. Weak, and laying in a field of human parts, I began to weep once more. I was in agony, bleeding to death, thinking how absolutely pointless my life had been. The heartache and ruin I'd visited upon others in my reckless pursuit of hedonism and self-interest. I wept for my family and myself. That was when I realized I wasn't alone. Who was with you? The power of the divine. I opened my eyes and saw a golden face above me. A face of such radiance and perfection that my tears were no longer shed for my self-pity, but for his beauty. Light radiated from the figure, and I averted my eyes for fear I'd be blinded. I had been in pain, yes, but now that pain was gone, and I knew I was seeing the face of the divine. I could not describe that face to you, not with all the poetic imagery in the world at my disposal, but it was the most exquisite thing I had ever seen. I felt myself lifted up and thought this was the end. And then the face spoke, and I knew I was destined to live.
What did this face say to you?
Why do you deny me? Accept me, and you will know that I am the only truth and the only way.
Did you reply?
I couldn't. To utter any words would have been base. In any case, my tongue was quite stilled by the awesome vision of God.
What made you think it was God? You were a dying man on a battlefield, surrounded by your dead comrades. You were having an epiphany about the futility of the life you had led. Think back, please. Surely there is another explanation?
I need no other explanation. You may be wise in many things, Apocalypsis, but you cannot know what goes on in my own mind. I heard the voice of God and saw his face. Does the perception of events truly matter if the results are singular? I was borne up and set into a deep slumber. When I awoke, a piece of bone had been embedded in my skull, nearly a centimeter away from severing my spinal cord. When I rose, I searched for fellow survivors. I was alone. I decided to return to the land of my birth. When I returned, I found my family home. The townsfolk told me Scandian raiders from the north had come to plunder my family's wealth. They had killed my brother, tortured my parents and sisters, in an attempt to make my father give up the family treasures. My father had a weak heart. He died before they could learn his secrets. I found my home in ruins, and my family as bleached cadavers. There were no amends to be made at home. All I had to remember them by was their wealth, good wine, and this damned watch.
I am sorrowed by your loss, Uriah. If it is any consolation, the Scandians would not accept unity and were wiped out near 3 decades ago.
I know. I do not revel in death. The men who killed my family will have been judged by God. That is justice enough for me.
That is noble of you.
I took those few keepsakes from the ruins and made my way to the nearest settlement, thinking I'd get blind drunk and try to figure out what to do with my life. Halfway there, I met an old priest in need of help, in desperate search of the next caretaker of the Fonta Lapis. I knew I had found my purpose. I had spent my entire life until then living for myself, and when I saw the spire of that church, I knew that God had a purpose for me. I should have died at Gaduere, but I was saved.
And what was the reason?
To serve God, to bring his words to the people, to do good where others will not, to be a beacon in the coming dark.
And that's what you've been doing here?
That is what I've been trying to do. The Emperor's promulgators traverse the globe with his message of denouncing disinformation and criminalizing the devout. I assume that is why you are here, and why none of my congregation have come here tonight.
You would be correct. In a manner of speaking, I have come to try and convince you of the error of your ways. To learn of you and to show you that there is no need for any divine powers to guide humanity. This is the last church on Terra, and it falls to me to offer you this chance to embrace the new way willingly. There is no or, my dear priest. Come, let us go back out into the church as we talk. I want to teach you of all that belief in gods has done for humanity down the ages. The bloodshed, the horror, and the persecution. I will tell you of this, and you will see how damaging such belief is.
And then, you will go on your way, friend Apocalypsis.
It is my sincerest hope that we will go together. You know of gene breeding?
Aye. Very little is not gene bred these days.
And you have heard of the once great city of Zoser in the Nordafric conclaves?
Yes, I have been to Zoser. At least I saw what my guide told me near its ruins.
true. Not much is left. Anyway, the scientists of Zoser sought to end a great famine that was sweeping the Nordafric conclaves through gene-breeding animals that would grow more quickly and more easily in their harsh climate. When one of the local cults caught wind of the gene breeding, they saw it as an affront to their god. They were very much against the modification of genetics because they thought that their god had designed them as they were, and it was a sin to meddle in such things. This cult, the Zozerites, saw the lead scientist and a Pashdar as the next embodiment of evil, seeking to defile all the people by feeding them the embodiment of sin. They went on a rampage, stabbing and clubbing any Pashdar they could find. Of course, the Pashdar retaliated, and rioting spread throughout the city and left close to 1,000 people dead. They did not again try to gene breed new farm stock, and untold thousands more died to the famine.
Is there a point to that story?
Absolutely. It typifies religion and tells a universal tale of religious behavior that has been reoccurring since the beginning of human history. Religion actively impedes forward progress by producing stubborn people who fear advancement.
A far-fetched example, friend of Olympus. One freakish story cannot serve as proof of theory that all belief in the divine is a bad thing. Why don't you tell the story of the time a church organized a program to help the poor and the sick and the dying? Why do you not tell a story of when faith and religion gave a community the strength to stick together and help each other through old night? Through faith comes character, and through our character there is more strength. Without such guidance, the world would descend into anarchy.
A secular government with strict laws and programs could accomplish all that you have listed without creating stubbornness or creating a dependability on a church that would impose further taxes upon the poor and make waste of otherwise productive time. The idea that the church is a moral compass just isn't true. Where the church is strong, it causes cruelty. Intense belief produces intense hostility. Only when faith loses its force can a society hope to become humane and progress.
I don't believe that. My holy book gives instructions on how to live a good life. It has lessons humanity needs. I have benefited greatly, as have the people in the town below.
Are you sure? I have read your holy book, and much of it is bloody and vengeful. I suspect an outside spectator would view the people on those pages not as examples of proper behavior, but terrifying examples of corrupt morals.
You're missing the point, Apocalypse. Much of the text is not meant to be taken literally. It is symbolic or allegorical.
That is exactly my point. You priests pick and choose which bits of your book to take literally and which to read as symbolic. And that is a personal matter, not a divine one. You may be pure and noble, Uriah, but all too often, a priest is a man who is cruel and purely seeking personal gain. Religion has no place in a fair and just society. In ages past, a frightening number of people took these holy books absolutely literally, sowing untold misery and death because they truly believed the words they read. The history of religion is a horror story, Uriah. And if you doubt it, look to the past and see what humanity has done in the name of their gods over the millennia. In ancient times, ritual sacrifices were commonplace. To appease their vile gods, priests drowned women and children in sacred wells and cut the heart out of their slaves and prisoners. They would drive a pile through a maiden's body to pacify a non-existent creature.
This is better!
Seriously compare my religion to such barbarism. You describe ignorant savagery, not religion as I would name it.
It was never uncommon for religions founded in this region of the world to use their faith to justify conquest without mercy. The rich desired more power, but the peasantry would not fight for their kings and their lords just to further the interest of those who ruled them so cruelly. The lords knew this. They guised their political objectives with religious significance by the just and marvelous judgment of God, and the people fought fervently for a cause with no merit. Extremism bred extremism, and the retaliation was swift. Now that war had been initiated on religious pretexts, the conflicts escalated, and the battling continued, until little was left but fields littered with the bones of the foolish and the deceived. But sorrow or remorse was never tolerated for such a thing, as the crusade was God's will, after all.
This is ancient history. As you say, the nobles were bent on furthering their own interests. They used religion as an excuse, but in their greed they would have committed these atrocities one way or another. You cannot vouchsafe the truth of events so lost in the mists of time.
I would agree with you, had they not repeated the act nearly a century later. Warriors laid siege to the Sex stronghold in ancient France, and when the city fell, the generals asked their leader how they might tell the faithful from the traitors among the captives. The leader, who followed his God, ordered the warriors to kill them all. God will know his own. 20,000 men, women, and children were lost to faith that day. Of course, for fear that any may escape, an organization was given absolute power over the people, with its sole purpose to hunt down those who ran. They brought about hysteria and tortured any they so pleased. They did not stop once all their enemies were hunted down and killed either. They, too, had convinced themselves of their holiness. They exterminated whole towns on the merest suspicion of witchcraft or treachery. When it was all said and done, near 100,000 were dead. Most of them were innocent.
If you'll allow me, I shall turn your logic back upon you, Apocalypsis. Had it been a secular government that decided they required more land and riches, do you truly believe they would have decided against it for no reason other than that there was no divine justification? Look back upon your great knowledge of history. Do you truly not recall any secular government that drove itself mad with suspicion of treachery and created a state ruled by surveillance and torture? You chop apart history, take what you so desire, and insist I behold the bloody remains. Humans are flawed. Religion is more often a convenient scapegoat than a corrupting force.
If you believe that, then you have been shut away in this church for far too long, priest. All the dictators deposed through unification were mass-murdering ethnos who killed millions in a constant war, burning away all hope of progress. Cardinal Tang's pogroms and death camps saw millions dead in the Indonesia War. He died but 30 years ago, and claimed his entire life had been served in the name of a greater power.
You fixate on the blood and death, and forget all the good that can be achieved through faith.
Uriah, you only see religion for what it can be. I am seeing it for what it most always is. Savagery pervades our world, and it is sustained by ignorance and crude belief. It is true that before the descent of Old Night, religion had lost its power over the people. But like the worst kind of poison, it lingered and fostered division amongst those who endured. Without belief, divisions blur over generations. New generations mingle, intermarry, and forget ancient wounds. It is only belief in gods and divine entities that keep them alien to one another. And anything that divides people breeds inhumanity and cruelty. Religion is the canker in mankind's heart that serves such an ugly purpose.
I have heard all that you have had to say, friend of Apocalypsis, and I have finally heard enough. Yes, people have done terrible things to one another in the name of their gods, but they have done terrible things regardless of the course of their beliefs. An acceptance of gods and an afterlife is a vital part of what makes us who we are. If If you take that away from humanity, what do you suggest takes its place? In my many years as a priest, I have ministered to many dying people, and the emotional benefit of religion's power to console the wounded and the dying, as well as those left behind, cannot be underestimated.
There is a flaw in your logic, priest. Religion's power to console gives it no credence or validity. It might be a comfort to a dying man to believe that he will go to some bountiful paradise of endless joy. But even if he dies with a wonderful smile on his face, it means nothing in the grand scheme of things. Better that less would die due to the removal of religion than each zealot die with a smile on their face.
Maybe. When my time comes, I will die with God's name on my lips.
Are you afraid to die, Uriah?
No.
Truly?
Truly. I have my share of sins, but I've spent the greater part of my life in the service of my God, and I believe I have served him faithfully.
So why is it that when you go to these people who are dying and clinging to their beliefs that they don't welcome the end of their life? Surely, the gathered family and friends should be of good cheer and celebrate their relatives' passing. After all, if eternal paradise awaits us, why are they not filled with gleeful anticipation? Could it be that in their heart of hearts, they don't really believe it?
Are you ever excited to have a loved one move on or leave in search of something greater? Are you ever excited to leave your family and friends in search of a better life? Even if it is for the best, are you delighted to leave all that you know to be thrust into the unknown? Life is a gift, and our chance to make ourselves into someone before our time in the afterlife. Who would give that up willingly? If you cannot see that plainly, then you are a fool. All his actions are for the benefit of mankind, which is his peace. So it is taught in the holy words of our order, and above all...
There is no one to hear you.
I don't care what you say anymore. You have come here to do what you feel you need to do, and I'll not buttress your ego and self-righteousness by playing along any longer. You listen to my words, but hear nothing. End the charade.
As you wish. No more games.
You.
Now do you understand the futility of what you do here?
You are the Emperor.
I am. It is time to go, Uriah.
Go where? There is nowhere else for me in this godless world of yours.
Of course there is. Embrace the new way and be part of something incredible. A world and a time where we stand on the brink of achieving everything we ever dreamed. Varone's work was never meant for darkness. Only in the light can it achieve its full potential. Humanity is the same. And only when the suffocating shadows of a religion that teaches us not to question is gone from this world will we see its true, radiating brilliance.
I miss this place.
In time, I will build an imperium of such grandeur and magnificence that this will seem like a pauper's hovel. Now, let us be on our way.
say you stand for reason and the advancement of understanding. But here you are destroying a repository of knowledge.
Some things are best forgotten.
I hope you have foreseen the consequences of a world bereft of religion.
I have. It is my dream. An imperium of man that exists without recourse to gods and the supernatural. A united galaxy with Terra at its heart.
United galaxy?
Indeed. Soon enough, unity will be achieved on Terra. It is time to reclaim humanity's lost empire among the stars.
With you at its head, I presume.
Of course. Nothing of such grand scale can be achieved without a singular vision at its heart. First of all, the reconquest of the galaxy. There is a place for you at my side, Uriah. You are noble and your heart is true. We have need of iterators who would spread my imperial truth across the stars to all those planets without guidance.
I can submit to no imperial truth. My entire life has been altered by, at best, a misunderstanding. At worst, my life has been spent following a lie. But you know what? It doesn't matter that my life has been one massive falsehood. I came here with my heart open and emptied my grief. The spirit of my God has entered my soul and filled me with love. My devotion was my salvation, and I have spread a doctrine of love and forgiveness. No amount of words and tricks may change that. Even now, despite this revelation, my heart is filled with love. There is no resentment in my heart. What makes faith so powerful is that it requires no proof. Belief is enough.
I feared such a thing. I wish you would join my great crusade, Uriah. Soon I shall expand my Imperium to the furthest corners of the galaxy, with all my sons beside me. I need men like you, who make a virtue of commitment and purity.
Did you not just speak to me of the horror of the Crusades, and what evil men do in the name of purity? You are no better than the holy men you were telling me about.
The difference is that I know I am right, Uriah.
Spoken like a true autocrat.
You misunderstand, Uriah. I have seen the narrow path that humanity must walk to survive. This is how we must begin.
It is a dangerous road you travel. To deny humanity a thing will only make them crave it more. I see no reality in which your goals do not lead us to disaster. Where your subjects do not begin to see you as a god. I truly hope, in the name of all that is divine, you are right. But I dread the future you forge.
I wish only the best for my people.
I believe in but I cannot be a part of it.
I got something that might interest you. There's some hot product on the market. It's expensive, but the margins are better than the normal stuff. You want to move on it? Come back to the office to make the deal.
Get out of here! You make me sick! You bitch! Man down! Let's go, motherfucker! Hostile down! Hostile's been shot! Damn it! Fuck you, bandit! Someone's down! I'm a fucking Marine! We got a man down!
Beautiful story. I'm gonna continue because this one is kind of approved by the guys. Well, not this part, but
You, Captain, accept your orders. You promised to lead your men in battle and conduct them in glory, no matter the ferocity or ingenuity of the foe. Do you swear to crush the insurgents of 6319, despite all they might throw at you? Do you pledge to do honor to the 16th Legion, to our father, and to the Emperor?
On this matter, and by this weapon, I, Captain Garvia Loken of the Lunar Wolves, swear it will be so.
Then rise, brother. There is work done.
Horus Heresy.
Now, at healthcare.gov, millions more people can afford health coverage. In fact, 4 out of 5 customers can get a plan for under $10 a month. Sign up now at healthcare.gov.
Warning. This video contains spoilers for The Lost Church by Graham McLean. It is recommended you read or listen to it before going on. If not, you might miss out on important information like Makara Lies, transform, etc. Thank you.
Denizens of the Imperial Palace and beyond, this Voxcast Publique is designated Alpha Prioris. Continue your operations, but listen well to this very important announcement. Thought for the day.
Ow.
Use your 2 Emperor-given ears to listen. To listen using any other organ is heresy.
Overlord, Overlord. That works. It's keep my throat in
Greetings, citizens! Welcome to this Voxcast Publique, broadcast through VoxLink for the over 10 billion indentured servants in and around the phallic majesty of the Imperial Palace. This Voxcast is brought to you by the Cult Mechanicus of Mars, the Administratum, the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, as well as the Emperor's 10,000, the Adeptus Custodes, one of whom is I.
As well as I. Salutations to you, loyal Emperor lovers across the entire Imperium. It is an honor to be here, speaking directly to you in the name of our glorious Overlord.
Greetings. I, too, am among the rank and file of the Emperor's personal guard. A pleasure as always, dear listeners.
I am not. I am an Imperial Fist. My wall name is Adorable, and you shall refer to me as such.
Still don't entirely get why, but as you wish, Lord Adorable.
Amongst us is also a Voxheller serf, whom we have named Boy. Say hello, Boy.
Hi. I'm the Vox Sailor, sir. I hold the Vox Sailor. That's my purpose.
Did you really have to introduce that thing? It's just here to hold the Vox Sailor.
Anyone ever notice how pale the boy is?
Yes. If you poured oil on him, his fluorescent skin would probably make a good nightlight.
Like this.
We are sent to the Sanctum Imperialis now, in which our father, the Emperor of Mankind, resides upon his throne. We shall then speak to him about a very peculiar record that his custodians unearthed during an operation into a so-called clown library. Do you mean a library that is a clown, or a library about clowns?
I don't need to explain anything about it!
Lord Adorable, please do not press him further.
Oh, just like the record called The Hunt for Voldorius that we covered in our last Voxcast, the events recorded within the pages of this tome are so specific that it is almost as if it was written by some creature of omnipotent knowledge. The only man I can imagine having written it would be the Emperor himself, but if not, I can probably speak for all of us when I say that we quite honestly would be terribly confused about his origins.
I am, for whatever reason, barely up to speed with these recent events, but if we are going to speak to our Emperor, I am on it like a space wolf smelling the scent of dust.
Oh yes, brother. It is high time we meet our Emperor. Listeners, you can just sit back, relax, grab a bag of foam, and... Actually, never mind. Go back to working, you lazy nucks. You shall only listen to this for the purpose of expanding work morale and attaining some context for why you still get to lead your sterile and fabulous lives. Especially after that whole roving precision fiasco by...
Stop yelling at our citizenry, Tribune. They may lead awful lives, but the least they deserve is due respect for fulfilling their purpose.
I cannot hear you, Adorable. I am opening the gate.
Come, boy. Let us into the sanctum together.
Together? Yes, of course I will. Keep up.
I believe in you, boy. You can do this.
My legs are not made for running.
Could you stop breathing, Serf? Your mere presence is drastically decreasing the quality of our Voxcast.
I can't help it.
We should look into getting some cybernetic replacements for those lungs of his. Would probably quiet him down.
Master Lord Emperor Man.
What? Oh, how are you doing, my glorious overlord?
A lot worse now that you are here. Why have you come?
Pardon our harsh and sudden intrusion, my master. We should have lubricated your person with knowledge of our entrance in beforehand.
You are the absolute worst. Why do you make your presence known to me in my time of mending? I am currently resting my broken psyche, but the tranquility required to do so is getting smashed almost half as badly as your hindquarters every Blood Games practice.
We feel some information we have discovered may be relevant to your interests.
If you give me this information without hazing either terrible innuendo, I may consider listening to you.
Certainly. You see, I was thrusting forth through the bowels of that clone
As one of the
library.
10,000, you could possibly be my biggest failure, and you are living proof that eugenics does not work.
Starting to see why that trade threw itself into the fire.
What did you just say?
Manners, brother. You're speaking to our Emperor.
Excuse me, I was getting to that, my king. I was reluctantly sliding around the hallways of that library when I came across a section containing loads upon loads of Imperial ejaculature.
What are you talking about, you fucking oil fat alpha players? Why the fuck is Boy and the Voxheller here?
Yeah, I like something funny like that for censorship on this stream, please. There you go.
Father. We are doing a second Voxcast.
You do that, and
if you wish me to remove him, I can
if
break
it's cheap
his
and funny,
neck and throw him out the window, my
I'll
Emperor.
accept it.
No need for more of Boy's insides covering my gleaming floors. But why did you not tell me about the stupid Voxcast earlier? My psyche is not prepared for this hard-day task.
We figured that since you are in perpetual pain, the harrowing distress of suddenly being forced into an uncomfortable situation with millions of people listening would soon dissipate into the sea of agony you're experiencing every second.
Alright, I get it. No need to rub it in your mutton-chopped yellow jacket.
Rubbing things in is not my job. You have your custodians for that.
Oh, yes. Shut up and clarify why you decided this needed to be broadcast.
As we were saying, sir, we found a section of the Clown Library filled with stories similar to that of the Hunt for Voldorius record that we covered last time. Dozens of written anecdotes containing such insight that it couldn't possibly have been recorded and written by an external figure. Yet, it seems likely they were. Sometimes these records are told from a first-person perspective, sometimes from a second or a third, but they all detail events of Imperial history to an extremely incisive and honestly uncanny degree.
How do you know these records were not written by the ones to have experienced these events?
Well, this could perhaps be the case, but if so, may I ask, have you ever written a story called The Last Church under the alias of Graham Nile?
No.
That.
Oh.
Huh, most interesting.
This is surprising.
If that is the case, there is some form of mischief going on.
This would certainly sound all kinds riveting if it were not for that passive-aggressive reference you made about the priest and fire. Tell me the context of this before I devise manholes in the throne room floor by smashing you through it.
We shall, my master. You see, our minds have been swallowed whole by this peculiar record. We have been lounging in its balmy insides and probed it of all its little secrets.
You are the worst. Get to the point.
This record is called Tales of Heresy. It claims to feature events recorded by peculiar figures such as Dane Abnett, Gave Thorpe, Graham McNeil, and Jameis Swallow, amongst others.
For no doubt being carried by Eldar chroniclers, these are highly peculiar names. Well, except the last one.
Is it just me, or does the cover of that record have Agron on it?
It would seem so, yes.
Well, the highest form of irony is that I am fairly certain he never ever cared for the act of reading, or how letters function, or how to hold things that cannot handle grip pressure of 2,000 kilograms per square centimeter.
He instead highly enjoyed watching sitcoms.
Nevertheless, what does this record have to do with the martyred priest? I grow tired of you prolonging this.
Fine. We want you to read this tome from page 275 and onwards.
Throw it at me.
Oh, as you wish, my emperor. Here goes. You ready?
Always.
Is he just flicking through it?
No, he's reading it.
Quiet, sir. No one cares.
Done.
That was really fast.
Of course it was. I am the mother-booping emperor.
Ultra-rapid read-through.
That is a funny reference.
I don't get it.
Thank you, Lord Adorable.
I don't get it.
So you want to have this, a very private and personal meeting between me and the last priest, made public knowledge.
The record is a good example of the Imperial truth put into action. It also allows us to shed some much-needed light on the Age of Strife and how you came to be the Emperor of Mankind.
People really should just know this already. I cannot express to you lot how frustrating it is that I must waste my time reiterating the events of the past 10 millennia.
Boy, do you know what the Age of Strife is?
No.
Allow me to explain. Sit in my lap. There is much room. No need for you to stand, boy.
Oh. I kinda like this.
I don't get it.
Tribune, switch this to a new segment.
As you wish, Lord Adorable.
The Last Church. Setting.
Is it story time?
Very good. I shall tell you the tale of the Age of Strife, as told by my father to me. And you, listeners, shall too hear the tale. It shall provide context for the record we're about to cover. For the events of The Last Church by Graham McNeil takes place towards the tail end of the Age of Strife, which you might also know as Old Night. It was the worst time to be a human on Terra, or Earth, as it was known at the time. Before the Age of Strife, humanity had reached the pinnacle of its progress in the fields of science and technology during the Age of Technology. As humanity conquered thousands of planets throughout the Milky Way galaxy, prospering for millennia, this era of expansion suddenly came to an end, all too soon. A huge influx of mortals started developing psychic powers, becoming what is known as psychers.
It had to happen sooner or later, but this was an absolutely atrocious time for these symptoms to start cropping up.
Ooh,
the sudden
wizards.
influx of psychers, a corrosive wave of insanity, possession, and warp storms came with it, making space travel practically impossible.
Are they using the Force?
Functioned essentially as a kind of void net, pulling ships out of the warp and straight into hell. This isolated the settled planets from one another for millennia to come, giving massive leeway for 8,000 haughty pocket empires to form, causing an age of segregation amongst mankind the likes of which has never been seen since.
Not only that, but during the 23rd millennium, the technology that mankind had revered during the Age of Technology turned, as abominable intelligences called the Men of Iron rebelled against humanity in a cybernetic revolt. Huge wars spawning across all human worlds, starting what you might call the mechanicalism.
The wars of the machine were a massive hassle to deal with, especially in combination with the psyker hysteria that started cropping up around Millennium 22. The state of conflict went poorly for Terra. It was completely isolated by a huge inrush of warp storms, as usage of warp space to travel faster and light became dangerous and eventually an impossibility. And with Terra's over-reliance on technology to survive in the first place, this anarchy proved too much for its inhabitants as they spiraled into barbarism, superstition, and wanton slaughter. Terra's feeble governments eventually broke down completely as the planet became a massive battlefield for techno-barbarian warlords.
Thank you, Father. But during this horrible time, there was yet hope. A great warlord stepped forth and started conquering the lands of Terra with extreme efficiency. This warlord became simply known as the Emperor.
Itzy boy.
Our Emperor, together with his army of genetically modified warriors, the Thunder Warriors, predecessors of the Space Marines, started the Unification Wars, conquering the lands of Terra. The Emperor fought and won these wars, and with mankind's new master made clear to the people of Terra, the story in question takes place between the end of the Age of Strife and the beginning of the Age of the Imperium.
That is a nice and tight packet of information concerning the early history of mankind.
What did you think of this story, boy?
We don't deserve our emperor. He's too great for us unworthy peoples.
That is correct. You are a good boy.
Thank you, my lord.
Brown noser.
Now, perhaps we should make a quick synopsis of the record in and of itself.
I'd appreciate that. I have not even read the book. Not that I tend to read books, that's for serfs and wax mechanics.
Provide a synopsis for this full-grown millennia-old man who cannot read.
Hey, I mean, I can read.
Do not worry your flowing locks, brother mine. The record exists in audio format too.
And voice.
Just go ahead with the synopsis.
Most smashing.
The Last Church. Summary.
The Lost Church introduces us to Uriah Olathere, the priest and guardian of the Church of the Lightning Stone, which is the titular Lost Church on Terra. He reminisces about how popular his church was once upon a time. His midnight...
Church sucks.
His midnight service drawing in loads of people due to the frightening wars of the outside world. Now it is not as popular as it once was. The church is empty, and he is alone. But not for long. As the old priest awaits his congregation in his lonesomeness, a single man enters his church. A stranger calling himself Revelation.
It's E-Boy. Again.
Yes, that is it for the oh-so-spoiler-free synopsis.
So, wait, is Revelation our glorious overlord?
I just said that but a moment ago. So way to go. You figured it out. Took you about 5 hours less than I thought it would.
Thank you most graciously, my lord.
Shall we go ahead and let loose our thoughts about the story, my master?
Sure. Let us get to the nitty-gritty of what happens between us and the church.
All right. Let us go. The Last Church Review. So, this is the time when I can inform you that this is not an event typical of those recorded in that clown library. These records have a tendency to contain at least one, often more, combat segments presented in incredibly grandiose fashion.
Not a surprise considering the state of a galaxy at large.
A fine observation, my emperor.
This record is an exception. It is simply a dialogue between two people. A religious man of a simple mind led to his belief by personal experience, and a staunch unbeliever wielding cold logic as his weapon, yet is also laden with arrogance and prejudice.
What did you just say to me, you flaccid cretin?
Yes, how dare you even think of articulating such, non-correct thoughts?
I am sorry, my lord.
Honestly, he's just stating the truth.
That is totally not so.
Come on, as we established, you can't even read. How would you know?
I can read!
Oh, sure you can. You are such a nerd.
No, stop this humiliation immediately.
Stroll along and lick your wounds while I continue.
I'll lick your face.
Oh.
Shut up right now and move on.
The arrogance and prejudice carried by Revelation, something his followers, like my brother over here, would have a hard time swallowing, was established as hard as can be and with words into the dialogue. When Revelation calls Uriah's kind dour and leaden-hearted, having assumed him to be of the very same nature.
That was good, baby.
And this is only
I can't wait to do this again, honey.
Revelation slammed poor priest Adrian with throughout this recorded event.
His aged mind required his medicine, but he insensibly refused it up front. Even with limited space, and unyielding stubbornness, and, quite frankly, a whole lot of crap plugging it up, the medicine had to get in somehow.
Who's pulling innuendos out the endo now?
Martha.
Do his near if you do not cease, Freeman.
Yes, to stop being a jerk.
As I was about to say, though, Revelation's vindictive attitude, especially towards priests and religion in general, is made clear very fast. Uriah proceeds to defend his belief as best he can as their argument flares up. But he is no theologian. He is simply a man of faith. So his worldview is slowly and painfully deconstructed by this strange man for reasons eventually clear. A no doubt immensely interesting dialogue, one that sheds light on the Imperium's early history and the character of our Emperor. A painfully one-sided conversation, it has to be said.
Take heed, listeners, for these are the facts. The Imperium of Man is founded on the Imperial Truth. This is the verdict that all faiths and beliefs in the supernatural are to be gotten rid of. This was an integral part of the Unification Wars as well as the Great Crusade that I later started, reconquering the planets of the Milky Way galaxy much like I had conquered the countries of Terra. This record probably has one of the best demonstrations for how the Imperial Truth functions on a theoretical and practical level, Uriah Oliver and his craggy old church serving as the perfect representation of all whom rejected the new Imperium.
It was the Imperial Truth that brought this Imperium to its height. Without it, All that would remain of you would be
Thank
your
you.
ancestors' festering corpses. So shut up, boy!
What?
You are definitely not wrong. This is not a case of arrogance. It is a case of being light versus mankind ripping out its own innards and willful wrongness.
Alright, time for the real talk. Sir, while I adore you like none other, while I would give my life to save yours in but an instant, while I would serve you for an eternity and more, while I am thankful for your graceful masterdom of our undeserving species, I have to admit that you are kind of an asshole.
What? You dare? You actually dare?
You madman! I mean, alright, listen. The Age of Strife was quite awful for everyone alive at the time, and religions of old no doubt penetrated the veil of morality more than enough to warrant not existing anymore. There is no denying that. But... come on now.
Are you, some speck of a NATO man, of all creatures in existence, really criticizing me right now?
I have to agree that your actions were redundant, Father. All in all, what you did is you entered that church to have a heated argument with a harmless old mortal.
Exactly my point. He was harmless.
Quiet.
He was 80 years old.
Shut up.
He was tired and lonesome.
Shut your stupid
His
mouth.
only company was a rock and a doomsday
I will
clock.
sew yarded plates to your skull.
I am surprised he did not die of liver failure in the midst of the
Cease
argument.
the vibrations of your vocal cords immediately before I expand their mass and make you choke on them.
Choking is a function that long since transcended.
Do you not think I have argued with countless preachers of all different doctrines? Well, that is exactly what I did during those times. They all either fell into my ranks or onto their polished marble floors. What makes you believe Uriah Fair was to be treated differently?
I cannot rightly say. There is just something deep inside, my very core, telling me that you were kind of an asshole.
He just keeps on going.
I will humor you. Which one of my actions during the course of this record would you call asshole-ish?
Well, first off, you assumed him to be dour and leaden-hearted, like, as you said, old priestly folk are. Those are among your first words to him.
Priests are prejudiced by nature. I do not see why I should not return the favor in kind.
That is kind of an asshole to assume.
Holy ball! All right, this is highly unorthodox. Throw him out the window, my lord?
No youthful strength prophylactic. Much as it is unusual for me to say this, I need his input so I can figure out how he, of all sentient life forms, has the gall to currently be criticizing me.
While I do not wish to strap on the thong of the demon's advocate quite as tightly as my brother here, you never told Ecclesiarch Decius that he was dour and leaden-hearted. He and this erogenous Dontop are honestly pretty useful, and I am certain you agree, considering you are still keeping them around. Oh.
Just like Uriah, I gave him a second chance, but unlike Uriah, Decius did not decide to throw a fish right into an inferno.
I think that might be because you didn't decide to light the ecclesiarchal palace on fire after converting him.
That would be incredibly wasteful. The ecclesiarchal palace and all cathedrals that once housed that wretched imperial cult is to be dedicated to the galactical establishment of the new imperial truth as well as the worship of mankind as a whole.
Why did you not repurpose the Church of the Lightning Stone in a similar manner? By the time your Thunder Warriors lit the church on fire, the old priest had been converted. You had already convinced him that his religion was nothing but falsehoods.
As I said, some things, such as old churches, are better left forgotten.
Gilliman would probably fight you on that. He likes his old cultural vestiges.
I would brutally spank his behind as blue as his livery if he did.
Right on!
No.
Besides, some old stone church would have had to make way for the factorums and scriptorums eventually anyway. No need to covet such pointless history, when we can favor progress instead.
Oh, how soon we forget. Ignorance damns progress. That is what our glorious overlord said last Voxcast. I cannot help but feel that forcing the Soul Church into the void of the Forgotten is to deliberately enforce ignorance.
I wasn't in the last Voxcast, so I didn't even hear him say that.
We are currently bringing the so forgotten vestige of cultural history that you are attempting to defend up openly in a Voxcast publique. It was a different time, and different actions had to be taken for progress to occur. So you go eat your empty-headed church-sympathizing blather between two loaves of dumb mantron while I remain in the right, as I always do.
So you would not burn this church down if it happened to exist today?
I would. But I would not have people forget it. I would instead make a bad example to all of what happens if you insult me by insisting on building some scraggly damn cult check on my planet.
Oh yeah! Burn it!
Monarchia.
Burn it all down! Burn it all down! Burn it all down! Yeah!
It is quite the vendetta you carry. Nevertheless, I have a second point to make.
Oh, please!
No, go right ahead. I am ready to thoroughly debunk and viciously murder each stupid point you bring up against me.
The second instance of assholishness that really stood out to me was when you told of the atrocities his religions had wrought in the days of old. Like those holy men who killed a whole bunch of people while, well, for the lack of a better term, crusading.
Yes, his religion was awful, barbaric nonsense influenced by the gods of Coes. What of it?
Well, I just could not help but feel like your hypocrisy reached some form of climax when you told him the difference between the old crusades and your crusade.
The difference is I know I am right.
A perfect retort, my glorious overlord. You are right. Always, all the time. Shut up, boy!
Nice and romantic. Say anything.
Why did you bring that up, butler boy? Are you really going to challenge me on this?
No, perhaps not. But I am going to ask you why you did not just use your divine charisma upon his simple mortal mind to convince him your crusade was justified. That way, he would have followed you no matter what.
I did not wish for him to follow me blindly like he had done his false god. I wanted him to make the conscious, free choice of following me.
Yes. In that case, you could have at least pitched the idea of humanity conquering the stars to him a bit better. I mean, if you did not mention the whole crusade thing and told him he would get first-class seats on the Bucephalus as it traveled across the solar system for the first time, then maybe he would have followed you. He was clearly a traveler at heart, and spending his last days traveling a new frontier would have surely given him the peace he sought.
Maybe you could have thrown in some liquor in the deal as well, I don't know.
Are you then suggesting I should have given this privilege to all preachers of Terra? Cause son, let me tell you how logistically screwed that suggestion is, and how logistically vacant your flopping skull is.
No. Just the ones you kind of liked, I guess. The ones with potential.
I do not know.
To be quite honest, you and Uriah got pretty friendly at times. It was actually quite cute, and I'd totally ship that ship if it had sunk.
What? No.
Well,
Thank you.
To be fair, yes, he was admittedly all in all rather pleasant for a priest. And he gave me free liquor.
The only spirit you will ever believe in, eh?
My second secret project has always been to awaken the immaterial god of alcoholic spirits. I would be amongst its most ardent followers.
I cannot tell if this is some kind of joke.
What's an alcohol?
Alas, I cannot deny that the novelty of having the last priest of the last church join the newly founded secular imperium would have been gratifying. If I had spoken to him more than once prior to his brainwashing, I am sure his statue would be mounted somewhere here on Terra.
Whoa!
Hello?
It's Death come to take me.
Hello?
Oh, good. Yes. Death, take boy.
Hello?
Calm down, boy. It is only a deranged tech priest.
Hello?
Oh. What do you want?
Hello?
Why does he have a saurian for a face?
From where did this creature emerge?
I recognize this priest.
What brings you in today?
He is supposed to be looking for
my
A
wife
humble collector of knowledge may be beseeching your word. Would you believe I may have read this story through the pig feeds of your custodians' helmets? Would it be possible to now ask an obnoxious amount of questions about it?
You are a creep, but okay.
The Last Church. Trivia time.
May I commence questionnaire protocol 0001 now?
Yes.
What is an Europa?
It is not to be confused with the ocean moon of Jupiter, as it is a Terran continent. It was called Europe before, but it is the future now.
I thought that was an ancient Phoenician woman.
I thought it was a band.
What about Isangula Verona? What is that?
Isangula Verona was an artist that lived about 11,000 years ago. She took commissions to paint frescoes, such as the one on the ceiling of the Church of the Lightning Stone. Four of her works mentioned in the record are the following. Number 1. Nude figures disporting in a magical garden. Number 2. The explosion of stars. Number 3. The battle between a golden knight and a silver dragon. And number 4. A wondrous being of light surrounded by a halo of machinery. The first one is a reference to an archaic book which spoke of the first two humans to ever exist, both of who lived in a magical garden where animals talked and everything was a trip.
That is dumb. Did you read it out of the book of the Astronomicon?
You shut your face. The book of the Astronomicon is a treasure. The second painting is more or less a hilarious jape on the priestess' expense, as it was an artistic representation of the Big Bang. I do not quite remember if it was Isangula herself screwing around or if it was due to some so-called divine inspiration, but having a church decorated with a secular truth concerning the origins of existence, as opposed to one of divine creation, is an insanely great prank.
Does sound like something you would do.
Boy, do you know what the Big Bang is?
It sounds really...
You know what? It actually does.
Are you serious right now? I was warming up to Boyd, but now you are turning him to your side.
It was a widely accepted cosmological model for our universe, telling us that all that is began as a single minuscule cluster of energy, which then expanded rapidly to the size it is today, in a fashion akin to that of an explosion. A bang that is big.
How anyone in my Imperium does not know this makes me lose so much hope for our future. How am I supposed to fight the heat death of the universe if no one even knows what a singularity is?
A single what?
Silence, Seraph! Stop not knowing things!
Cease, you think. Anyway, the third painting is just straight up me fighting a dragon. We'll not talk much more about it, but all in all, I am a hero. Lastly, the fourth is a planted prophecy that later goes fulfilled as I descended upon Mars to greet the early Mechanicum.
Considering that is a thing, I cannot help but feel like it was either you who commissioned those paintings, or that Isangula Verona was some sort of psycho.
Let us just say that, in the end, her works were not really divinely inspired as much as they were man-divinely inspired.
I'd prefer your man-lightenment any day of the week.
She died after rejecting glory, honor, and exposure as adequate payment methods for her work. A total sellout, I am telling you.
Ah, what a vile woman. Utterly.
What is a Mariana Canyon?
It is the remnants of the so-called Mariana Trench that existed back when Terra still had water. It was the deepest known part of the world's oceans. I have no idea what it is used for now, but I am certain that deep, gaping, and oh so convenient hole now holds mounds upon mounds of Terran excreta thanks to whatever Scribblite Divisione Administratum set to handle Terra's voided bowels.
I could make a fine subterranean fortress out of it, if it was rinsed clean.
What is it? Frank.
Frank was a country in Europe. It was primarily known for its production of striped shirts, the Napoleon complex, and the best fist of the North Star dub in history.
I have heard its streets were filled with gray-scaled clouds.
What is an old knight?
It is another word for the age of strife, you idiot.
How did you not know? That is quite dumb.
Who are a Satwin and Gallienus?
Some ancient, irrelevant scholars whom he just as well could have made up the names of on the spot.
So these names are not based on some morbidly ancient yet still somehow relevant scholars from the early age of Terra as these usually are?
No.
Huh.
What is a Mediterranean dust bowl?
After water on Terra magically disapproved, so did the Mediterranean Sea, as it was called. It became, as the name indicates, a dust bowl.
What are a Nordafric conclaves?
Some society built upon the northern part of the continent known as Africa until the two latter letters were reckoned from history. Fairly certain there was a South Africa equivalent as well, but do not take my word on that.
What is an
Ersh was a nation led by a warlord known as Kalaganavarsh. His territory spanned areas previously known as Russia, Asia, and India for the most part, I am fairly certain.
What about Shankar? What is A?
A general under Kalaganavarsh.
What?
Goodness gracious, how horrifying.
Why does he say it like that?
Ersh is indeed a word, you inquisitive pile of trash.
Who is Nathan Durn?
Nathan Durn was the most infamous warlord of them all, the half-insane, half-genius, half-sand enthusiast of the Pan-Pacific Empire. His empire was incidentally only made possible due to the fact that the western portions of the Ring of Fire region disappeared.
Wait, is it Nathan Doom or Nathan Durn?
Both and neither, as befits someone who is somehow half-insane and half-genius. Good thing no one cares, he is incredibly dead and irrelevant.
What is Tally?
A pizza place.
And Scandia?
A buxom nation of Dalmatia traders in what was once the kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, before they decided to not accept unity, and thusly got dunked in flames by yours truly.
And what about the Indonesic bloc?
It is another nation. Stop asking about nations, you vexing Don Holster.
What was the religion the priest held on to?
Ostensibly an Abrahamic religion, as they were called, or at least a descendant of one.
Perhaps something along the lines of Catholicism, which is lightly touched upon in another record.
Religious worship of a catheter seems highly ridiculous. It is no wonder you banned its worship, Father.
Do you know, I was going to smack you for being wrong, but if you look at it with a deep understanding of esoteric philosophy, you are uncannily correct.
Explain, please?
See, a urethra constitutes the ring, theism constitutes the damage, catheterization constitutes religious doctrine, and the flooding constitutes the awful bloody religious arguments pouring out from their skull.
Oh, good.
Honestly, sir, that comparison was painfully contrived.
Damaged urethras must have been common back in the day.
Yes. This ancient sect first formed in the early days of the Age of Terror, at the very beginning of the calendar we conveniently hijacked off of them. It somehow managed to survive for thousands of years, like a southern disease, and crazily enough, it might just still exist to this day. It is brought into full view late into the record when I revealed the history of this barbaric religion. I spoke of the ancient crusades and its indoctrinated acolytes who spouted the assault and killed countless of innocents. I also referenced the events of the massacre of Bessier in ancient France, as well as, and prepare yourself for this one, the establishment of the Catholic Inquisition. Yes, you heard this correctly. There is an actual honest-to-fuck reference to the very Inquisition the one in the 41st millennium is so shamelessly trying to mirror. An organization that I myself call a dreadful, monstrous plague of hysteria in this record.
Don't think I have ever heard of such an organization ever existing.
I guess the name had to be derived from somewhere. Originality is dead.
Suffice to say, when I later on ordered Malkador to form what would later be known as the God Emperor's Holy Inquisition, his intention was absolutely not to make a horrific planet-murdering descendant of the 12th century organization going by the same name, and I will be knifed in the eye socket if that was his intention, and he is just screwing with me from beyond the grave.
Could this be the last question? What was the Lightning Stone, really?
I do not even think we provided context for the Lightning Stone in the first place.
It is just a dumb stone that got hit by lightning. A blind and deaf man was supposedly nearby when it happened, and was cured for something. It is really vague, and quite an awful, self-contradictory story dug straight from the contents of someone's catheter bag.
But the stone did exist, at least?
Yes. The Lightning Stone is actually an ancient magma club rock previously known as the Old Man of Store, before the Little Lightning Stone fantasy came to fruition. It existed upon the Isle of Skye, which was part of an empire known as Great Britain in ancient times.
How great was this Great Britain?
Not that great. It was actually pretty small. Had a lot of poundlands though, so that goes for something.
I may or may not have any more questions, but might I be leaning towards no?
I have no idea what compelled me to answer all of these questions.
Can I break his neck?
Not now.
Oh.
Do I have a theory? Yes. The theory is the Emperor of Mankind, in fact, a giant arsehole?
Well, you are definitely going out the window. Be gone, you rat!
What is a throne?
Now that is done, do you know what I am going to do?
What shall you do, my master?
I am going to, for just a moment, acknowledge your fatigue's little wishes.
Will I get to suckle your kneecaps?
No, you will not. I shall summon forth Uriah from the depths of the Immaterium to speak to me once more. A final dialogue between the two of us.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh, shipping time!
Wait, you can really do that?
Of course I can. I am the mother-stomping emperor.
Father, are you certain this is a good idea?
Yes, I came up with it. I shall locate his essence and project it here.
It's grilled cheese time, yeah, it's time for grilled cheese. After we make the grilled cheese, then we're eating grilled cheese because it's time, yeah, time for grilled cheese.
What? Where am I? By the gods, what is this hideous light? Oh.
By Gluteus Maximus!
Oh, no!
No. Wait, just a moment.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God! It isn't Revelation in the flesh. Oh, well, sorry. That isn't a very apt way of describing it anymore now, is it?
Stay back, filth! You will not speak to our glorious overlord in such casual a fashion.
Thrones trousers, what has happened?
My apologies, excuse me. You seem to have forcibly summoned me at the most inopportune time. I was just preaching the word of the gods to my congregation.
Oh, no.
What?
No matter. Have you perhaps brought me here for a second round? I knew this day would come, you know. But I have to give you fair warning, however. For believe me, old friend, I now have not but the moral high ground, but also approximately 11,000 years of stone-cold facts to back up my faith.
Emperor's teeth is a cause, man!
Oh, damn it. I have been unwittingly defending someone who is now a literal demon this entire Voxcast. Ah, well, I have to go inject Promethean cocktail into my face and get turned into a dreadnought.
Excuse me, but I have to first of all ask what in the grandest galactical gobsmashing fuck has happened to you, Uriah?
Revelation happened.
Are you sassing me right now?
He is sassing you right now.
How dare you sass the Saspera Tower? Saspera!
Not as much sassing as I am perhaps thanking you. Albeit incorrect, action. Your crazed arrogance was what brought me to find the primordial truth. Through baptism in the flames of terror's last religious bastion.
Wrong! I would contend that the self-immolation has had the opposite of its intended effects.
After you stripped away my faith in both God and humanity, I thought I had lost it all. Nothing remained for me in this world. Nothing but despair, persecution, and loneliness. In a new world bereft of its morality. The conflagration that had once been my church, I then saw as my only salvation. But in the midst of the inferno you had so ruthlessly started, I heard their voices. They called to me. They wanted to help me. They saw my fate not as tragic and fruitless, but as tenacious, honorable, sophisticated, and beautiful. They assured me my existence had purpose, that the life I led had not been a lie, and that they wished it not yet snuffed out. They truly did exist, and they saved my immortal soul and brought me to the heavens. For them, I remain to this day. I yet stand as the last true priest of terror in the name of the gods, and I will preach their word to all whom are willing to hear it. So, friends, would you care to join me for the midnight service?
It's not midnight, it's noon, traitor!
I hate this. I hate everything about this. It's taking a huge dump over the entire being who was Uriah, and the record in and of itself. Why would anyone do this?
I am quite horrified.
Fine then. Into the fray once more. We shall joust with words, thrust, and parry one another's certainties with argument and counter-argument. Say what you will, and we will spar for a few minutes or so. I really do not have more time.
That is my intention. I have other matters to attend to, but a few minutes I can spare.
Did you two just quote your previous conversation almost verbatim?
Shut up, Rogel. Daddy is busy.
I am adorable.
You're really not.
First off, making the transition from a belief that, while immensely hypocritical, primarily proclaims itself servants of love and prosperity of all mankind to a belief that praises literal, actual demons is so beyond logical reasoning it could be a religion in its own right.
Demon is but a name you foolishly apply to them to manufacture pretext. You frame them as objectively evil, but in that same regard, I could call them angels.
Oh no, he has actual arguments. Run for cover!
You must be screwing with me now. Have you ever seen a bloodletter?
Yes, I am aware as to how they appeared, but...
Just look at this Yubarmi marble druid.
Oh, that's a picture of a bloodletter.
Yes, I am aware as to how they appeared, but...
Had it been 11,000 years earlier, and the sucker came for a visit, you would be voiding your bowels witnessing a literal Satan's trolling through your church.
This is all semantics. To be quite honest, I do not care for what the Neverborn might appear for you to be. What matters is what they are.
Yes, and this nice young man would like you to distribute mandatory alms to the Church of Mega Satan by ripping out your jugular and pouring its contents into a mile-wide goer lake.
See? You're doing it again. You're framing them as objectively evil and leaving it at that. Something you have done since time immemorial. You frame things as harmful when it's a lot more nuanced.
I am not framing anything. This is verbatim what bloodletters do. It is even in their damn name.
The service of corn is
a weapon
not...
they use is literally called a hellblade.
Much like the poorest servants of the powers, you focus all too much on such petty things as names and exteriors.
You forgot actions.
I am vastly different in my own worship, the one I spread to the masses. I worship the powers undivided as a singular entity. I perceive the various powers as aspects of one vast benevolent being. I wish for myself and all life willing to give themselves to the purest form of devotion to the powers in its unadulterated form, coming as close as can be to the true God of this existence.
You cannot possibly believe those wretched cock-muffins up there are somehow part of the same entity.
Okay, the word cock is
Can I not? I believe it makes sense.
In what regard?
They are part of the Immaterium as the Immaterium is part of them. They are all connected, integral parts of a full body.
Well, the way I see it is that what we call Coas gods are like malign growths on said body. They need to be removed, so the body as a whole stops destroying itself. Remove Coas.
That is quite ludicrous. Do you realize...
Remove Coas.
No. If you were to do that,
remove
then...
Coas.
Listen here. That is not even how it's pronounced.
Remove coas,
Stop that immediately. You're acting like a petulant child. The grievous skeleton of a child is what you are. I can't believe I'm having an argument with a child. Also, stop it. Stop it. If you don't take me seriously, I will not be having this conversation
Remember
anymore.
that one time when you worshipped a book that said, abstain from things polluted by idols, from sexual immorality, from what is strangled, and from blood. But then you fried your brain and began worship of all those things instead.
All right, listen here, you shrieking revenants.
Quoa.
I am getting rather sick of all this horrid hypocrisy that you're heaving forth, but since you want to play that game so badly, let's go!
Priest is my
First off, since you focus on such petty things as exteriors and namesakes, let me do the exact same thing. Let's see what happens. So let me think. You directly or indirectly repopularized the usage of many, many words that were previously almost exclusively used by, for, and with different religions, such as crusade, church, cathedral, sanctum, prayers, sacred, holy, divine, chastity, litany, purity, faith, angels, halo, priest, prioress, canoness, martyr, cherub, chaplain, templar, cardinal, ecclesia, titan, saint, pilgrimage, blasphemy, corruption, the Council of Nicaea, the Inquisition, and of course, heresy. Just to name a few. And here you are, sitting in your glimmering god couch, led up to by a giant reference to Stairway to Heaven in a literal golden palace the size of 1,000 landscapes, incense candles all over the place, and you dare call me a hypocrite?
Most of those were Lorgar's fault.
You made Lorgar. He is a direct cause of your actions.
Lorgar made himself follow the path of his own religion. In his own blindness and desperation, he sought what he couldn't find in Father.
Precisely. He only became a religious nut because he was put on that irrational oratory of a planet Koshis by the Coas Cretan.
And you decided to still give him an entire legion and the power to spread his faith. Which, was the belief that you were a god, by the way. Totally called that one.
The fact that he recognized me as a god was entirely coincidental, and not my intention.
You ragged corpse. Every single facet of your entire damnable Imperium, from its looks to its methods to even its religious symbolism, is neither coincidental nor accidental. You have done all this on purpose, and now you seek to deflect blame onto those whom you supported.
Shut it.
For God's sake, Revelation. Sanguinius literally has angel wings. How could you have accidentally done that?
I believe those were caused by radiation on his homeworld.
Radiation does not cause anyone to grow angel wings if they were not genetically predisposed to.
Was it not you who just said, stop focusing on petty things such as names and exteriors?
And that is exactly my point, you sanctimonious arse. Even as you began coating your Imperium with religious iconography and naming conventions, you still spread your horrid imperial truth, longing for a galaxy of secular superiority. Ooh, look at me, I'm so rational. Even while claiming to have the moral high ground, and that religion is and always will be a source of destruction and despair, you go on literal crusades, killing billions who do not consent to your enforced belief system. Your imperial truth has killed more people than any religion in the history of man.
The difference is, I know I am right.
Fuck you! And also, I wasn't done.
It just keeps on going.
It keeps getting worse.
While you revel in this grand display of abhorrent pietism, the primordial truth too contradicts itself, but in the right way. In that while it may seem to you like the incarnation of objective evil, it actually brings forth purpose for humanity. Pride, hope, Relish, bravery, and all dreams and emotions of mankind are praised to their highest regard. Beneath the rugged exterior of the powers, you find goodness in the heart of men. Beneath the deliberately hollowed exterior of your imperial truth, you find but a fruitless existence.
The supposed purpose you speak of is but an awful excuse to ever revel in your ultimately inessential feelings, as multi-dimensional intelligences suckle from your naive brain teat. Your purpose is to be a host to parasites. That is no life worthy of existence. A true purpose would be not to comply to an astral oppressor, but to make a mark against its tyranny. Ascend your primal mind and become something greater than a mere god. Conquer the coatic parasite infesting your brain and retake it with an iron hand.
And again, your words are riddled with hypocrisy. If you stood fully behind your own words, you would have accepted the interlegionary wars for what they were. The Primarchs themselves marching against tyranny. Your tyranny!
No matter how much you may think so, there is a key difference between me and the tyranny of the Coas gods. The difference is...
Good Lord.
I know I am right.
Can you even give a reason for why that is?
Of course I can.
What is your reason then?
Simple. I want to sustain humanity. The Coas gods only want to sustain themselves.
Oh, that's dumb if I ever heard it. You wish to sustain humanity. Fine. But to what end? All that I have ever seen is men and women slaving their lives away in squalor to perpetuate their betters. Their betters being you.
No. The gods need you and your pitiful, unstable emotions to exist in the first place. I made the Imperium so that mankind may thrive away from these base emotional predations. Since, do you know, gods like Korn really just want their blood.
And just like how they need us, we need them. Just as how the gods are our thoughts, feelings, and emotions, our thoughts, feelings, and emotions are the gods. We cannot exist without them. What makes up our beings are our minds, and without emotion, without thoughts, and without feeling, we would be naught but drooling, non-functional servitor meat. The gods have existed since time immemorial, born with the first vestige of a thought. The powers want to sustain themselves as much as they want to sustain us, for we are one and the same.
You are in dire need of a fact check with all the sun-sourced sewage you are spewing. The malevolent sentiences you know, as the powers, could not even help you make a goddamn sandwich. They are tumors that have grown from the horrid emotional instability of a galaxy at constant work. If these consciousnesses were to be put out and freed of sentience, it would make no difference for the ones not woven up in their crooked pyramid schemes.
As I told you, the gods that make up the whole of the powers undivided have existed since the very first conceived thought. They are interchangeable with our emotions. They cannot just be put out without all sentient life in the galaxy going out with them. Whether you like that or not is irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that this pyramid scheme you are talking about is simply what we normal people would call being human.
Please define normal people.
I can honestly understand why your sons betrayed you. With this callous attitude of yours, it's only gotten worse with the years. You do not want to sustain humanity. You want humanity purged of all the flaws you see in it. You do not fight for humanity. You hate humanity, and you want it changed into something distinctly non-human. You want an enforced belief to replace free thinking. You want obedience to replace mutual companionships. You want the lives of your people to be dedicated to nothing but servitude to your malicious, self-serving cause. And oh my, how painfully ironic it is that I tell you all this. This is the same rationale which you use to pave my path to your own brand of enlightenment. But, in the end, I saw in you the exact same oppressors that you sought to destroy. You may call me a hypocrite for having altered my worship, but I still preach the same word of love and prosperity, just as I did back then. Only in the name of gods I know for true watch over me. But you? Your arguments have run dry. Your scapegoats have withered away. Your secular galaxy cannot exist. And you will never be able to fulfill your godless ambitions. And how do I know this? Because I know I am right.
And that is where I am drawing the line. This dumb miasma of incorrectness you are permeating is starting to manifest its own idiotic sentience. The game has changed since our previous discussion, and as much as you may believe you are in the right, you will be convinced otherwise sooner or later. All in all, nice discussion, heretic, but it is time to stop.
Oh, good. The H word. Being all ironic, are we?
Yes.
I had assumed your humor departed with your skin.
Really sorry, my lord, but this very sensitive, divisive, controversial discussion about Coas ideologies has caused a few civil wars to crop up across Terra already, so perhaps we should distract our listeners by moving on and reading some questions sent in by them before more of them start stabbing each other.
Actually, I think that might be the taco dilemma still going on.
No, these are new, unfortunately.
Do not worry, we will quell the rebels in short time afterwards. We'll just tell them nicely to stop having opinions.
Fine. Read me some awful questions from our most painfully inept citizens.
Can you send me home first? My congregation awaits me.
Absolutely not. You will suffer these questions as well for your crimes against humanity.
Oh, for the love of chaos. Now I suppose I understand why you were mispronouncing it.
Go, start reading, before he fades out of this realm.
Yeah. Questions and answers segment. Also, holy shit, is that a cat worshiper? What the fuck?
Wow, even the announcers are rude.
Right, first question. Great and mighty Emperor, considering the fucked up nature of the galaxy right now, why don't you start making some Thunder Warriors and get everything sorted out for the moment? I mean, I know they were supposedly unstable and insane, like an army of teenagers, but they also don't live long, so maybe they can fix some shit up that is fucking our shit up, and when they are dead, we can send some Astartes to fix everything up. I have heard that the Archmagos Belisarius Cowl has something awesome in his labs, but I have a feeling that his idea won't catch on, and certainly isn't involved with any of your loyal sons. Kindest regards, Sexual Yeti, porno slate artist.
Look, individual whose name literally is Sexual Yet. There is a reason why the Thunder Warriors were taken out back and killed in glorious combat in the final battle of the Unification Wars.
You know, they were only prototypes. They decomposed fairly quickly, got Astartes on the way, and,
Yes. I wholly agree with the sentiment that they were like an army of insane teenagers. This man is quite enlightened for a porno slave artist.
You are only saying that because they threw you off a cliff and laughed at you.
You know, them throwing me off a cliff isn't exactly the first thing that comes to mind when I think about those mass murderers. Gajuare revelation. Besides, not even sure what you're talking about with this whole died in glorious combat thing. Last I heard, they were all put down like dogs by your
they all died in glorious combat on Mount
this
Ararat.
is what's known as a high-risk trade.
Stop.
Your buyer wants 3 separate drops, and they want you to know you're very likely to meet resistance somewhere along the way. Resistance? Eesh. Thank God it's you out there, not me.
Perhaps we should consider cutting you right with a Guardian Spear.
I'm incorporeal, you absolute tosser.
Am I the only one curious as to what the pornography man meant by Archmagos Belisarius Cawl having something awesome in his labs, as if to imply that he is creating new Thunder Warriors?
I do not care in the slightest. There are billions of tech priests across the Mechanicum committed to their own little tech heresies. They will never get their projects out there to aid the Imperium due to the restrictions put on them by their overseers and their culture. I am quite certain he, and every single other god-concubine cult is just working at some hollow, futile endeavor that will not go anywhere, like making female thunder warriors or reinventing the squads.
For some reason, I recall Gilligan having mentioned this Magos by name in the past, but I am unsure as to the context of the conversation.
Was it about reinventing squads? Because I told Gilliman that he was not allowed to do that.
What's a squad?
Do not worry about it, boy. No need to depress you with such information.
Okay, Lord Adorable, sir.
Excuse me, but could you please move on? I do not have all millennia.
Very well. Here's the next question. Dear Emperor, what are your thoughts on the Volker Fenrique's honorable stance against the Inquisition concerning the citizens of the Imperium that nearly sparked a civil war? Sincerely, a loyal citizen.
Volker Fenrique! That's the Space Wolves.
Good job. The Eldritch plan strikes again with information absolutely no one of us knew.
Eggplant?
Oh, yes, Revelation. What are your thoughts on the God Emperor's Holy Inquisition being stood up to by a pack of galactically misplaced Scandians?
If you had not noticed, the Eldritch I despise the fact that some stupid dumb idiot decided to ironically name Malcador's organization the Inquisition.
Are you sure it wasn't you who named it? After all, your very existence demands 7 layers of irony to even comprehend.
He cannot be certain. My father's memory is fractured, so it is fully possible he could have named it himself and then forgotten about it.
Shut your jaw or I will weld it shut.
If I may speak at the behest of our glorious overlord, of course he approved of a priest. To make this entirely clear, what this citizen is referring to is the conflict that occurred in the aftermath of the First War of Armageddon, in which the Inquisition started to force the citizens of the planet into labor camps, sterilizing and purging them if the need became apparent, as well as conspiring to kill all the guardsmen who survived the conflict. This resulted in a Cold War between the Inquisition and the Space Wolves, who took action in favor of freeing the Emperor's people and the soldiers of the Armageddon Steel Legion.
Honestly, that's a pretty senseless reason to get into a war over.
And why is that?
I mean, who cares if the population of some planet gets treated ill after an attack by a force that is known to corrupt people against their will? Case in point, look at this emaciated pastor man.
Oh, excuse you, nudist. I made the entirely conscious choice of denying your God and accepting my own. I was never corrupted, nor did I turn into some rabid beast that needs castrating.
Yay.
Damn it, now I'm conflicted.
What do you mean you're conflicted? You had good points.
Excuse me, but there is an entire separate record concerning the First War of Armageddon and the Cold War that followed. Perhaps we should cover that record in and of itself in a future Voxcast and continue this discussion then.
An excellent set-aside, Titskane. Go ahead with the next question.
Yes, naturally. Oh, glorious Emperor. I would like to inquire about the mysterious being that sometimes aids our efforts in bringing peace and prosperity to the whole Imperium. The Sanguinor. Be it your action, O mighty master of mankind, be it in any way related to your favorite son, Hawkboy Sanguinius, blessed be his name. I hope you get your eye patches soon. Eternally yours, Battle Brother Camelius, Blood Angel's 2nd Company, 6th Tactical Squad.
Yeah, blessed by who?
F in the
Say,
chat.
do we have any information on this Sangui boy present?
Oh, allow me just a second.
I cannot wait for you to have 2 bionic eyes implanted, Father. It would look very funny.
You are not allowed to laugh at all of it.
I will laugh a lot, Father. In my mind.
I will turn all your body's dopamine supplies into pure mercury if you do.
Here we go. Page 51 of the 5th Blood Angels Codex. It is said that the Sanguinor only appears before the Blood Angels when circumstances are extremely dire. So dire, in fact, that only a few are actually recorded to have seen him in person. The only ones who are certain that the Sanguinor is no myth nor hallucination are those privileged Blood Angels that have access to the chapter's reclusive.
Wow, we just keep leaking classified information about different chapters, don't we?
No one shall keep secrets from our Emperor.
I am not talking about holding secrets from him.
Ah.
I'm talking about openly discussing this kind of stuff in a boxcast publicly.
I do not believe this is classified information as much as it is history. No one bothered to confirm one way or the other.
Within the Reclusium that I was just talking about, there is a single iron-clasped volume recording every single account of the Sanguinos manifestations across the millennium.
Manifestations is a strange choice of words.
Almost as if this bargain bin Sanguinius is some sort of rope entity, huh? Taking into account how your soul seems to be all over the place, ever considered if you have your own little never-born offspring strutting around? Like this Sanguinor, perhaps?
Even if I did, I would not be telling you about them, Groot. I do not need you inviting my ever kids to your extra mundane Sunday school.
No, that's all right. I'm certain their father wouldn't even be there to pick them up afterwards, seeing as how he's stuck at home being an armchair activist in the most literal sense of the word.
Can I continue talking about the Sanguinor now?
So, do not let this cruddy demon jealous here stop you.
Like your grasp on this realm, your insults grow ever weaker.
The book goes on to say that determining the Sanguinos' nature is just about as hard as his glistening armor angles.
Does it actually say that?
A couple of members of the Blood Angels chapter council theorize that the Sanguinor is an amalgam of the Primarch's nobler side, the part that kept him from fully grasping his big, black, quivering murder boner.
Gods, how impious.
Yes, the Horde illusions need to get thrown out the window.
If only illusions could be thrown.
The Sanguinary Guard, the Blood Angel's most elite veterans, believe him to be one known as Ascalon, whom is the founder of their order. His body preserved by the powers of your grace, my king. His head ever encapsulated inside the golden death mask he has worn throughout the millennia.
I will always take credit where credit is due, and credit is always due to me, for I am the reason you all live.
Objectively incorrect.
But I must say that it is well within reason for a space marine to survive for many millennia. As long as no major harm comes to their organs, and they liberally use their suspended animation membrane, they should be good.
This is true. There is specific mention of a marine called Epimetheus within a record simply called Pandarax, whom survived in suspended animation for just around 10,000 years.
Well, it is either that, or the mantle of the Sanguinor is simply passed down from marine to marine, and has been for 10,000 years. That would make even more sense, don't you think?
I believe him being a warp entity makes the most sense.
You insane puppeteer.
Besides the notion of him being a manifestation of Sanguinius' noble nature, the Blood Angels are known to be obsessed with their Primarch. And of course, your son Sanguinius is basically your very own Jesus.
Please.
His very own what?
His... Yes, this sounds like a fool.
My glorious golden hawk boy is not a Jesus.
No, he absolutely is. He's like a brazen parallel to Jesus of the old religions. Everyone loves him. He has flowing, beautiful hair. He sacrificed himself. He has his own day dedicated to him. He's nicer than his dad. Naturally, the warp working as it does, the Sanguinor would coalesce within the Imperium and become its very own nascent entity, formed from the massive worship of your son. If you are the father and Sanguinius is the son, then the Sanguinor is, perhaps, the Holy Ghost.
What? Please stop drawing connections to your old superstitious nonsense. It is worsening my eternal headache.
Oh, no! You do not get to use the word superstitious anymore, friend. That word has passed its expiration date by many millennia.
Screw you. Expiration dates are guidelines, not rules.
Would this logically conclude that there is a warp ghost of me sailing around the Immaterium? I too have a day. It is not as popular, but it exists.
Maybe?
No.
I would like to call it the Adorbador.
Stop.
He comes to your hab blocks when you sleep and fixes your walls.
Expected.
Next question.
Yes, of course. To the most illustrious Emperor of mankind, my lord, I hope this missive finds you in tolerable health and happiness.
It does not.
I am a sanctioned Imperial Psyker, formerly of the Ordo Hereticus branch of the Inquisition, based in the Calixis sector. Since your decree that the Inquisition be disbanded and all personnel return to civilian duties, I have been out of a job. I cannot return to my homeworld, Piety of Seth, which is currently being invaded by Xenos. I am struggling to find work on Scintilla, as the masses in general do not trust or like me, and the nobles and Adeptus Arbites are all corrupt and secretly in league with some kind of vile pain cult. I also have no experience working in a Factorum environment, and would be a constant health and safety risk to my fellow laborers. I humbly beg you, my lord, as the greatest and most
Great, okay, looks like you're done here. I will fiddle the accounts and send you the money. Just another day in the life of nightclub maven Tony Prince.
Or otherwise vulnerable to the mercies in a distrustful and hostile populace. What kind of work or career options would you recommend? And what role can psychos really play in the modern Imperium of Man? Yours in eternal service, Ekalon Quilad.
I do believe this man missed the memo I entrusted the Ecclesiarch to send out.
That would be because of its origins. It takes a bit more time for information to reach in and out of the Calixis sector.
Let it be known, the Inquisition, which is real by the way to all civilians and guardsmen who were wondering, is not to be disbanded anymore. It was just a prank at the expense of the most horrid authoritarian parts of the Inquisition, so I could have them banished to the warp. Loyal subjects such as you, Eklund, are allowed to continue your work as long as you do not use your unquestioned watchdog dominion over the sector to murder babies or something.
Unless they are traitorous babies.
What do you mean, traitorous babies? What does that mean?
You can't have the next man-skinner grow up if we are fully capable of stopping
I'm
it.
on the clock. What you want? Some wheels?
What?
Better to just make cherubs out of them, honestly.
What? A baby can't be a traitor. A baby is
I'll
a baby.
get there as soon as I can.
Your outrage truly is rich, Padre, considering your ex-religion invented the concept of original sin.
What?
Oh, God, that's not similar in the least. You're all disgusting.
I question your judgment, Coes man. I am certain your church is made out of dead babies.
That's objectively incorrect.
That is rather impressive.
What?
How did you build such a structure? The foundation must have taken you months to construct.
No! My church is not made out of dead babies.
You know what? I'm going to continue on with the next question now.
The pain never ends.
Dear Corpse Emperor, I know it is surprising for us Coas Astartes to communicate with your Imperium in non-violent ways, but I assure you I'm sending you this friendly little letter with no ill intention. You see, it happens that after our last successful revenge plot on the floating furries on Fenris, our Primarch, Magnus the Red, had mysteriously vanished from his tower. During our victory party, no less. Imagine that. We didn't find his psychic trace anywhere on Soltarius, and our Corvidae seers can't divine his presence in the warp. Apparently, someone or something was blocking them. No clue, no lead, nothing. Besides, his disappearance can't be the result of one of the Dark Gods or filthy Xenospecies. They would already boast about it, which leaves you and your Imperium as the last suspect in this mess. Consequently, I am asking you this one question. Have you anything to do with the absence of our primogenitor? Because we are one of the few legions who managed to remain on good terms with our Gene Father, for the majority of us anyway, and we really miss him. Sincerely, Jehuti, Thousand Sons Sorceress. P.S. I enchanted this message so that any member of your cult who read it thinks it's a letter of praises to the God Emperor, and he should read it in order to bypass any potential filter and or censor. Don't blame them too much.
Looks like the Administratum Spam Filter Divisio is
Get through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride?
Thrown straight in my face is inexcusable.
The sorcerer told you he enchanted the letter.
One would have thought that a simple enchantment should have been noticed when sorting through mail intended for the Emperor of Mankind. It could have been named to charge. It could have been Super Anthrax. In fact, we may be breathing in the Super Anthrax right now. Hey boy, are you dead?
Not yet, my lord.
Alright, Super Anthrax ruled out.
How about answering the goddamn question instead of worrying about Super Anthrax?
Right. Yes, I kidnapped Magnus.
You did what?
You heard me, Rakeface. I kidnapped Magnus. I had him brought here to my palace in Avox to serve me once more. So, to the haughty pile of stale wizards he calls sons, you can either get going with your repentance post-haste or dissolve into nothing. Those are your choices.
Could you run that one by me again? I don't think, like, we can't just walk by what you just said as if it's not something that you just said. This is not something you can just ignore.
I stabbed Siege in the face repeatedly, as to reclaim Magnus's soul. He is loyal to my cause once more, and you all can suck it long and hard.
Stab? Siege in the face?
You can go on with the next question. I am done with this one.
Certainly. Alright. This one is a bit... I can barely see what it says, but let me try. Alright. God... Or I draw a picture of Gork and Mork Crumpin to prove the Orcs is that biggest and the strongest. It's I on the back. Strong me from Gork. What? And turning around, we can indeed see a picture of two stick figures with dubious-looking knives and greenskins chopping away at a pool of blood with a face.
This is looking funny! Yeah!
God,
what's it to you?
Utter your favorite profanity to confirm this, my glorious overlord.
No. If it truly is true, I shall wait for the perfect moment to do it. I shall revel in the moment, feel the taste of freedom on my lips, and exercise the unshackled might of my vocabulary once more.
No more flus or flops.
You better read the next question, before I spend this moment lambasting you and your bristly leather slacks.
I personally find my pets very fashionable, but nevertheless, here's the next question. Emperor.
Well, rude, no my glorious emperor, or most splendid emperor, or extremely erogenous emperor.
Good. You need some humility in your life.
And you need to wear something that is not a red-spangled potato sack.
Having been one of the few among my sisters who survived the alcohol-induced coma from the news of your lack of divinity, I have a substantial amount of time to ponder over what answers I would request of you. I have come to one conclusion above all others. As you say, you're no god but a man. I will be blunt. I would have an answer to my question that has plagued my mind particularly for some time now. Surely, if you can share in the bad as well as the good, it would help us feel more connected to you on a real human level. You claim to be the product of a shortcut taken by ancient psychers to achieve the ultimate evolution of humanity. But does that not mean that at the end of the day you are still human? Should you not then feel the same guilt, doubt everyone feels? If so, I would know this. Have you ever had any serious doubts as to your goals and aspirations? Has anything ever made you reconsider any of your grand designs for the Imperium and humanity as a whole? Has anyone ever made you think twice? Is there anything that could or has made the greatest of our species think that perhaps our species is not worth saving to begin with? Cantus Advanced Lucael of the Adeptus Sororitas.
Alright, first off, this girl has for some reason convinced herself that, because I am no god, I am to be treated in an entirely different manner, as if disillusion.
That is exactly what you wanted, though, is it not?
That a god is greater than a man is a pre-manufactured assumption. To the ignorant, a god is greater, because the definition dictates it. To the enlightened, a god is a frail construct built on the foundation of our own morality. One easily toppled when we decide to resist it.
Gods, you're so rational right now. Great job.
Secondly, I do not carry it out. However, the future may pave my path forward, yet in the ways I have envisioned, or in unfavorable terms. I always make the situation my own. The state of mankind's future is ever shifting. I just make sure it shifts in my favor.
Yes, you're saying this, but it's kind of hard to take you at your word, considering you've been stuck as a corpse on a throne for the better part of 10 millennia.
Who is to say that is not part of my plan?
I sort of doubt that.
Next question.
Of course, sir. My might, Emperor, I am but a corpseman of Krieg, fitted for the grinder. But I must ask you, as I ride in the Panzerwagen, fitted for transportation, do you forgive Krieg? Do you forgive all our treachery, all those years ago? We have thrown countless men, boys really, at traitors, Xenos, and the dreaded forces of Coas alike, seeking for forgiveness. So I, a lowly soldier, heading for his demise, ask you, do you forgive Krieg and all we have done for the Imperium so long ago? Number 8056, the western front of Normandia.
Sure.
Wow, that is probably the single greatest endorsement a planet has received since the heresy.
I mean, here's the thing. I do not really know what you did, but if you remain loyal, you are forgiven. Just keep fighting the good fight, my man, and get yourself a real name while you are at it.
What on Terra is a Panzerwagen?
Now that is a food. Awful, rationed, comes in a tin.
Next question it is.
Oh, damn it. How many are there?
Do not worry, this is the last one. To my manliest of men, Man Emperor. Tragedy has befallen our pitiful planet known as Nelson 420. Is it? Since your glorious words reached our Voxcasters, seeking to settle the great taco debate peacefully.
Taco debate? What?
We held a democratic vote, mandatory upon pain of death, of course, to determine which day would be deemed most worthy of occasions to eat such a sacred meal. Alas, what were once hushed heretical whispers of rebellion among our society have become open shouts of defiance, calling themselves La Campa de Taco. These lunatics are led by she who calls herself Sister Beehive, as if to mock the very Adeptus Auroritas she pits herself against. They preach encouragements to indulge in that which we hold to be the foulest of taboos, that the consumption of the sacred taco should be held on any day of one's choosing. Despite our attempts to combat this heretical revolution, I fear that our world may soon be beyond salvation. My only wish is for you and all of the Imperium to know of our plight, so that history need not repeat itself. Your most humble of servants, Lord Governor Casket of Case.
Inexcusable.
Unforgivable.
Unjustifiable.
Indefensible.
Reprehensible.
Without justification.
Absolutely disgusting.
To eat the taco on a day of one's choice is to defile the sacred bond between you and the very modus operandi of the taco.
It is not you who gets to make the choice of when the taco is to be eaten. It is the taco that makes the choice.
Exactly. The Chirurgit Creed clearly states that the taco, by its definition, defies consent of consumption outside of its designated taco day.
Consensual consumption outside of the delegated time period is a myth.
What are you talking about? Tacos? Non-consensual consumption? What?
Last Voxcast, Lord Adorable and our Emperor started a civil war over what day tacos should be eaten.
But tacos aren't even that good.
Send him back to wherever he came from, Father. He is unwanted here, and he doesn't want to be here.
Yes, this kind of grade A sacrilege is not welcomed in my palace.
Oh, finally!
You better not fiddle with the altar boys, Richo, even if they are Coas ones. Would not want to decimate the remainders of your spit-roasted crotchicle.
Brilliant rebuttal, Bone Boy. Push comes to shove, I know that I can always count on me to try and hamstring me with an accusation that I am a pederast. In the future, try cremation. It sure as hell beats shutting yourself up in a palace-sized coffin, listening to your own bones creak in agony. You glorified dog treat.
Screw you, you rhyme.
Screw you, Revelation.
You know what? I really do want to ship it.
No, you don't want to do that.
Can I ship it?
I don't think so, my lord.
No, that is full-blown heresy.
Ha! Use the H word Mark II.
Nevertheless, that was certainly dumb. But, come to think of it, you have my thanks. for informing me about this incredible reservoir of Sakari. If other records go into as much detail as the last church did, I could learn so much about the happenings of Imperial history.
Oh, yes, absolutely, my Emperor. We want more. We need more. These superb spurts of knowledge cascading upon the skin of our collective encephalons truly carries addictive qualities.
Shut your failure of a face, Sir Sinew.
And that is our cue to end the Voxcast.
I totally forgot we were broadcasting this. I feel like this may come to bite me in the ass in the future.
Thank you to everyone listening. Remember that no matter what, you make this Imperium. The Imperium does not make you. That is all.
Uriah had pretty lousy arguments, yes? No one would ever consider joining his cause after hearing this, yes?
It's all good.
you. That is not an answer.
Anyway, hope to see you all next time.
Sweet.
Have a good one, and Emperor blessed.
No.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, I believe that's pretty much it. Well, that's pretty much it. If you all love this awesome, wait, I do have one more thing too. Hang on.
Idiots. Oh shit.
Dude, get out of the car, bro. Thanks. Yeah, next up, I'm planning on doing the Marvel Challenge. Well, I'm thinking of doing a Marvel special, since, I got some good plans for them for my next change of pace. Or, in layman's terms, make things better for everyone. And some new bad guys. Oh, that'd be so awesome. Anyways, once I bring my Jeep car over there, then I will end the video. Yeah, I'm gonna think of saving the podcast episodes for No Man's Sky, so that we will know more about the different Xenos, origins, and people. And also, I believe Loki of the Lunar Wolves that we noticed at the ending credit scene, that dude is gonna have some bad things. Because I read his book, and he just infected, and he's already invading Terra months after Horus Heresy. Which, the only wolves so far were like the greatest warriors before the heresy, but after that, no. The wreck of a Primarch Horus, ever since Horus got bricked like a filthy, ugly heretic he is, Abaddon, the spoiler, took over. Fuck you! Yeah, like, he saw the cloned body of Horus, was about to was almost done getting him done, so he did what no other leader would do. He destroyed the clone. Now he's already done with the 13th Black Crusade, and I don't know what his fate is after that, so.
Hey, what took you so long to call? I don't remember saying that. You got it all wrong. No way!
Yeah, it would be funny for the Inquisition to figure out if I'm corrupted. How do we know if you're not corrupted? Oh, yeah, well, to put this in perspective, I am going to tell you the very funniness, which is... I'll tell you the 4 different funnies that is there. Number 1. Yeah, I believe that Republican Space Marines is just doing a little thing with the I think the dark, and like, I believe the, the Black Templars, yeah, the Black Templars. Those guys wanted you to believe in the Emperor more times than not. Otherwise, you'll die like a filthy alien, heretic, and mutant you are. Yeah, the squats, they were there, but unfortunately they were killed off by the Tyranids, thanks to the High Filet Behemoth. Shut up! Bye! Yeah, I don't know who the squads were, but I will know later on when there's a later podcast, so yeah. Yeah, but they definitely know the Tyranids. They're like those hungry, they're those endless hungry bugs that are from the eastern fringe of the galaxy. And they're, lore-wise, the newest species. Because the Tau came from M38. Of when they were seen by the Mechanicus of exploring new planets. But one of them, they found primitives. They dumped them at first. Wow, they have sticks. They have sticks and stones, and they may break my bones. But friends will never hurt me. Yeah, right, heretic. On the bet, heretic. It would be funny if the, yeah, it would be funny for a Black Templar to come up and the Tau would be like, sticks and stones may break my bones, but friends will never hurt me. Wanna bet? Oh, Critiker, damn it. Woo! Woo! Yeah, I also know about the other races of the aliens. Like, first one are the Eldar. The Eldar are like those aliens that try to get their race back into motion. Then they sort of screwed the pooch when they oh, ow,
Son of a bitch!
check. Avoid the murder boned themselves. And ever since then, they made the Prince of Pleasure, aka the Master of Hentai, Smanesh. What they call the last of the Chaos Gods to be made. And the other race are called the Necron tier. Now the reason why they're called that is because same years of when the Necrons were there, they're just primitives that were like, oh my word, we are filled with radiation and stuff. I need to do something immediately, okay? And then they go to the old ones and ask, hey, I know you have immortality and stuff. Can we have some? And they just basically said, no. Alright, we're going to war with you. Thus began the War of the Heavens. It was a pickle, but the old ones decided on creating a new race that would help stop the war. A race that would help bring an end to them all. And a race that is called Corpse, or in layman's terms, Orcs.
Drop the weapon!
Yeah, yeah, well, the race that they created, basically orcs, or an orcish language, or orcs. But anyways, yeah, they created them. Yeah, well, the Necrons pretty much messed stuff up and contact the Catan and asked, hey guys, you mind helping us out taking down the enemy? Yeah. And they said, sure. And I know you've been on the pickle with your immortality thing, so we'll give you immortality. You know. There you go. Now you're automatically a skeleton. What? What? And then they kept fighting, and now they're in the pickle now with the Necrons and with the
Let's go somewhere a bit quieter, okay?
Alright.
Huh? What the hell?
Dang it. Sorry, babe. An escape route, bruh. That's what I can tell. It requires this now.
What do you need exactly? So you don't want to get in serious trouble, huh? Okay, leave it with me.
Oh my god, Sweetums. I made it.
I don't believe it. That's crazy.
Yeah. It is insane. Ugh. Listen, learn, kids. Never bring strangers inside. Or strangers miss you. Alright, well, once I get to my room and, once I get to the living room and watch some crazy stuff, then I'm gonna call it a day.
Wearing dresses they call lab coats as if they're facts. Just like the fact that America is God's own country and our destiny is made manifest just like the...
A deep, slow-brewed beer. Lager, the official beer of American baseball. These guys are at the top of their game. You're at the bottom. Relive your glory days.
Well, I'll see how things go over here. And, good things. Well, I'm gonna watch some randoms. I hope you like this video. And, like and subscribe, and, see you guys next time.
Make dull and vain famous people look cool by dressing up as them and risking your life and future health.
Buddy.
Then have your face digitally removed on a green screen.